The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House communications from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., December 11th, 2024. I hereby appoint the Honorable Barry Moore to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 9, 2024, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for the morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties, the time equally allocated between the parties, and each member, other than the majority and minority leaders and minority whip, limited to 5 minutes. But in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Adams, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the distinguished service of 3 of my colleagues who will not be returning to this chamber in January. Congresswoman Kathy Manning, representing North Carolina's 6th Congressional District, Congressman Wally Nickel, representing North Carolina's 13th Congressional District, and Congressman Jeff Jackson, representing North Carolina's 14th Congressional District. All 3 of these members have served their respective districts with devotion, with courage, and conviction. And to my colleagues, I want them to know that it is a cruel injustice, that a stain on the fabric of our democracy, that we have to say goodbye to you today. But it is my privilege to highlight the good work that you've done here. To Representative Kathy Manning, who represents my hometown where I began my public service, I've appreciated our work together in the Greensboro community and over the years. The most recent 4 years working on behalf of our community here in Congress. I was especially proud when you joined me to recognize the Greensboro 4 earlier this year. You've been a great partner on the Education and Workforce Committee, and whether it's been about fighting for equal pay or protecting women's rights or improving our schools and universities, I have admired your courage and commitment, and I thank you. To Representative Wally Nickel, I have appreciated your knowledge and experience on the Financial Services Committee. You demonstrate why expertise in finance is necessary in the U.S. Congress. With Shaw University and HBCU in your district, you've helped develop policy proposals that really dig deep into the root causes of inequity and address them at the source. Through the Supporting Diverse Entrepreneurs Act that we worked together on, students will be provided initial financing and expertise so young entrepreneurs can get to work starting businesses and growing our economy. So thank you. Our schools and young people are better for your service. To Representative, now Attorney General-elect Jeff Jackson, it's a joy to serve the people of Charlotte with you. We've delivered great community projects together, like Nourish Up's Hunger Hub, to feed struggling families, and the Umbrella Center, which will serve women and children who've experienced abuse. And we can't forget the new main library for Mecklenburg County, which will provide a community center and access to books and critical services for years to come. We've worked on housing issues together, like the American Neighborhoods Protection Act. And you've been a great model in my Mad Hatter's annual luncheon. The people of North Carolina, Mr. Speaker, will be served well with our next Attorney General, we look forward to what he will accomplish. North Carolina and our nation have been well served by these 3 members, and it has been my privilege to work alongside each of them. Their seats were eliminated not by democracy, but by the sinister forces of greed and corruption because of gerrymandering. There's been dangerous rhetoric in this chamber about the sanctity and the validity of our elections, and I do want to acknowledge that while our elections are legitimate, that does not make them fair, and it does not mean that our democracy is functioning as intended. And so to my colleagues, Representatives Manning, Nickel, and Jackson. I won't forget your service, and I won't forgive the process by which each of you have to leave this chamber either. And while they may have taken you out of this fight, I know the fight hasn't been taken out of each of you. Shirley Chisholm reminded us that service is the rent we pay for living on God's earth. So my thanks to each of you for keeping your rent fully paid up. God bless you as you move forward. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the 30th anniversary of the Pennsylvania State University crew team. This past Saturday, the team celebrated 30 years of commitment to the sport of rowing, Penn State community, and continued excellence in the classroom. Chartered in December 1994 by coaches Colin Upson and Mike Dugan, the Penn State crew teams began with 28 members and a concerning absence of rowing equipment. Due to its lack of equipment and support, the team mainly trained on land, competing dry land practices with the hope of a serious program guiding their efforts and passion. Their program's first full year began in fall of 1995. Consisted of fundraising efforts to purchase equipment, from selling concessions at home football games to cleaning Beaver Stadium. An 8-person used wooden boat was purchased. In April of 1996, the team attended their first competition in Indianapolis, where they joined the remainder of the Big Ten rowing team at their conference championship. Throughout the following seasons, from 1996 to 1998, the team's membership increased to over 100 male and female members. Most of this group consisted of novice rowers with little experience in a boat or on the water. Expanded membership meant increased fundraising demands to keep up with the equipment needs. The large team numbers enabled the program to move into a bigger concession stand at Beaver Stadium, selling more clothing and food at all 7 home games that season. Thanks to the team's tireless fundraising effort, their boat was finally paid off. By 1999, the club's annual budget was nearly $35,000, with $30,000 coming directly from team members' service to the community and fundraising efforts. Over the following years, the program has swept podiums at national competitions and continues to excel both on the water and in the classroom. In the fall of 2006, the men's 4-man boat's 4th place finish at the head of the Charles, and the women's 4-man boat 2nd place finish highlighted a successful season, in addition to a strong recruiting class for both the varsity and the novice teams. 30 years later, the team is still committed to its original mission, following in the steps of its founder, Colin Upson and Mike Dugan. Today, the complete fleet of boats now rests on trailers behind Beaver Stadium near the humble beginnings of service upon which this program was built. On any given day, you can find current team members waking up at 5:15 to compete dryland workouts like their founders did years ago. Thanks to the tireless efforts of its original members, the Pennsylvania State University crew team successfully maintains male and female competitive programs for novices, lightweights, and heavyweights. The team remains committed to creating boats capable of competing at the highest possible levels and strives to actively promote the sport of rowing within Penn State and Pennsylvania communities. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to recognize such an incredible program filled with so many passionate students and coaches. I want to congratulate them on 30 years and wish them the best of luck in their spring season as they continue representing the Pennsylvania State University, Penn State. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from the Virgin Islands, Ms. Plaskett, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today and speak on behalf of so many individuals who do not have the ability to speak, to address a crisis in our hemisphere and a significant threat to American regional stability. Our neighbor to the south and our ally from the inception of this country's birth, Haiti. The elected government of Haiti collapsed some time ago, leaving gangs in control of the capital and raining chaos down upon the Haitian people. Although Haiti holds the distinction of being the first republic of people of African descent and one of the oldest nations in the Americas, Haiti faces a significant and ongoing humanitarian crisis. Overwhelmed by gangs and has systematically endangered its democratic process. Don't be fooled that this does not affect the United States. The persistent failed state situation is an open opportunity for America's adversaries to destabilize the Caribbean region and undermine the security of neighboring nations. We are seeing the outlines of malign actors and including those with whom we are in global competition. Since President Jovenel Moïse's assassination more than 3 years ago, gangs seized complete control, creating a humanitarian catastrophe that has left more than 12,000 people dead and forced nearly 800,000 from their homes. More than 5,000 people in Haiti have been killed by the gangs alone this year. Just last weekend, more than 180 people were killed in Haiti's capital, Port-au-Prince, as part of a multi-day slaughter that was the result of a gang leader massacring old people and those he believed practiced voodoo as a personal vendetta against his son's grave illness. Without immediate support, the crisis in Haiti will worsen. The criminal network will expand, and Americans will suffer the consequences. Haiti's Caribbean neighbors do not have the infrastructure or the capacity to accommodate this continued influx of refugees, which has seen hundreds of thousands of Haitian migrants at their borders seeking a safer place to live. The multinational security support mission, led largely by officers from Kenya, has never received the support it needs to make an impact in the fight for the security and stability in Haiti. The mission is currently undermanned and underfunded. Many of our closest allies are not close to meeting their pledged obligations, nor have we in Congress given the resources that we said to advance the peace and prosperity of that nation. In particular, let me single out France. Where is France? Haiti has long suffered from the legacy of slavery and colonialism and the exploitation of resources by France. Upon winning a revolution, France, with our acquiescence, forced Haiti to pay $28 billion as a debt for their freedom and lost revenues from slavery. France, who enslaved and trafficked those people, who extracted many mountains of wealth from Haiti, and who kept taking from the Haitian people long after those people had achieved their personal emancipation and national freedom from the country of France. The nation of Haiti, with its past, current, and ongoing humanitarian crisis, is a testament to the tragedy of that wealth extraction. I urge our allies to join us in providing meaningful financial support, especially France, to advance stability and allow the people of Haiti to prosper. As I said earlier, the instability is not only a humanitarian crisis, but a threat to our national security. Our adversaries have already set their sights on expanding their reach to the United States' third border in the Caribbean. The continued expansion of Russian and Chinese economic as well as military support in the region threaten our national security, our prosperity, our democratic values. Depending on what Congress does or does not do, will be in what will happen to Haiti. The reauthorization of Hope Help trade preference program will keep providing economic opportunities for Haiti. The apparel sector is one of the last formal sectors of Haiti's economy and represents nearly 80% of Haiti's exports. They used to have 60,000 jobs in this area, which have now dropped to 25,000. Congress must act. We, as Americans, must act, if not just for the Haitian people, for our own security. I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMaffa, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The National Defense Authorization Act ensures our military focuses on its core mission, defending our nation, not advancing a Green New Deal agenda. This year's NDA puts an end to efforts that prioritize radical environmental policies over military readiness and national security. Some of the key provisions include no climate change programs. The NDA does not authorize new climate change programs within the Department of Defense. Our nation's mission is to deter and defeat threats, not to serve as a testing ground for expensive climate experiments. Zero emission vehicle mandate prohibition. The NDA prevents the DoD from requiring service members and civilian employees to use zero-emission vehicles for official travel. Although it might be usable in some phases, zero-emission vehicles can be impractical and unreliable, particularly in remote or high-stakes operational environments. The weapon system climate preference prohibition. The bill prevents the DoD from issuing rules that prioritize weapon systems based on their climate impact instead of their effectiveness in combat. Our troops deserve to have the best tools to win wars, not the most environmentally friendly ones. Defense industrial-based greenhouse gas rules. The NDA blocks the DoD from implementing costly new greenhouse gas rules that would impose unnecessary burdens on the defense industrial base. These rules could stifle innovation, slow production, and drive up costs for critical defense equipment. The military's role is clear: protect and defend the American people. Anything that distracts from that mission puts our nation at risk. Prioritizing climate regulations over combat readiness is a dangerous gamble, especially when global adversaries like China and Russia are laser focused on advancing their military capabilities. Pushing a Green New Deal through the Pentagon threatens to undermine our readiness, increase our costs, and weaken the defense industrial base at a time when strength is indeed paramount. Zero-emission vehicle mandates could leave our service members stranded or ill-equipped during missions. Climate-focused weapon system rules could mean our troops are outmatched on the battlefield because effectiveness takes a backseat to some ideal of emissions. New greenhouse gas rules on defense contractors could drive small businesses out of the market, increasing dependence on foreign suppliers or a handful of very large ones, which we cannot afford that risk or that innovation either. The NDA reaffirms that national security comes first, ensures that DoD uses its resources to strengthen our armed forces, not to chase political agendas. By blocking these unnecessary climate rules, we're maintaining a strong, focused, and effective military, not an idealistic role. The NDA draws a clear line. The Pentagon is not a climate agency. Every dollar and decision at DoD should prioritize mission success and national security. Our allies rely on it. Our people of this country rely on it. With this bill, we're safeguarding our military's readiness and ensuring that America remains the strongest force for peace and security in the world. I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Nikki, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to talk about the impact of President-elect Donald Trump's proposed 20 to 25% tariffs it will have on raising costs for my constituents in North Carolina. I want to be absolutely clear. I find it ridiculous, short-sighted, and irresponsible to impose price hikes on working North Carolinians, and that's exactly what the Trump plan will do. To North Carolinians who are planning to build a home project with lumber and other materials, you can expect to pay a whole lot more. Remember to thank President-elect Donald Trump. To North Carolinians who want to pay to pack healthy school lunches for their kids, you can expect to pay a whole lot more. Remember to thank President-elect Trump. Congress has constitutional authority to raise and lower tariffs, but Trump's plan to circumvent Congress is what he would do, and he wants to do it himself. And why is he doing that? Because he knows that if he asked Congress to pass a law, they'd tell him it was a terrible idea. I'm here to get bipartisan work done, Mr. Speaker, and a 25% hike on tariffs would never get enough Republicans or Democrats on board to pass this chamber. So Trump will abuse his power to get what he wants. But that's why I've co-sponsored the Prevent Tariff Abuse Act. I'm pushing for this legislation to prevent the president-elect from abusing emergency powers to impose reckless tariffs. 20 to 25% tariffs are little more than a national sales tax on working families across the country. North Carolina's working families can't afford that, and our country can't afford Trump's abuse of power. Mr. Speaker, this week I'm proud to have introduced the Civil Nuclear Export Act along with my colleague, Congressman Jim Clyburn of South Carolina. Our bill will boost U.S. competitiveness in the global civil nuclear exports market and bolster U.S. national security. As Russia and China aim to corner the market and exert their influence around the world by financing nuclear projects, this legislation could not be more timely. That situation is intensifying rapidly, and it's time for the U.S. to step up. The Civil Nuclear Export Act would reduce other countries' dependence on Russia and China for technology and financing. This would be a win for our national security, a win for economic growth and more jobs, and a vital step towards a more sustainable energy future. Mr. Speaker, I rise today because North Carolina working families deserve action from their elected leaders. They deserve action on needed relief for Hurricane Helene victims. They deserve action on lowered grocery costs, child care costs, and health care costs. They deserve to have faith and trust in our government systems and to know that their leaders are acting in their best interest. Unfortunately, North Carolina Republicans in the General Assembly are not acting in the best interest of North Carolina's working families. They're acting to consolidate their own power for personal gain. Under the guise of providing relief for Hurricane Helene victims, Republican leaders in the North Carolina General Assembly are using disaster aid as a smokescreen to push a brazen power grab. I'm talking about North Carolina Senate Bill 382, a bill which weakens our democratic institutions and punishes voters for electing Democrats up and down the ballot in North Carolina. Despite needing $3.9 billion from the state of North Carolina for recovery funds outlined by Governor Cooper earlier this year, Republicans are sending just a fraction, 6%, of what's needed for Western North Carolina. What's worse, buried in this 131-page bill are provisions designed to strip Governor-elect Josh Stein's control over our elections, to restrict Attorney General-elect Jeff Jackson's ability to fight to protect consumers, and to create judicial positions to be handpicked by the legislature instead of elected by the people. They're rushing through this bill because North Carolinians just elected Democrats to those state offices. They're changing the rules to suit themselves, not the people of our state. My constituents in North Carolina sent me to Congress because they believe in bipartisan work. They want legislators who work across the aisle to get things done. Until my term ends, I'm doing everything I can to restore their trust in our systems, to stand up for them against rogue politicians, and to fight back against bills like Senate Bill 382. My constituents deserve better. The American people deserve better. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the President-elect. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Dela Cruz, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 5 minutes.
Recognized.
I rise today to honor a truly remarkable woman from Alamo, Texas, Clemencia Esteves, who recently celebrated her 100th birthday on November 22nd. From her early days working in the fields to her dedicated service to the Diocese of Brownsville, Clemencia has lived a life filled with resilience, hard work, and unwavering devotion to her family and to others. She treasures, and her family treasures, the warmth that she brings to every Christmas gathering, where her tamale-making traditions have created many memories for generations. She has extended her nurturing spirit beyond her immediate family, raising her niece's child as her own. Congratulations, Clemencia, on this incredible milestone. Happy birthday. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to sound the alarm for our farmers in South Texas and American food security. South Texas farmers are facing a crisis due to the Mexican government's failure to honor its water obligation under the 1944 Water Treaty. This neglect has left over 960,000 acre-feet of water undelivered, devastating our agriculture sector. The Rio Grande Valley sugar growers, after 50 years, has shut down, taking 500 American jobs with it. Our citrus and our vegetable farmers have seen millions in losses, and row crop yields are down 40%. Without immediate action, more livelihoods will be destroyed. Keep in mind, food security is national security. That's why I've introduced H.R. 10113, the South Texas Agriculture Emergency Assistance Act. This bill provides $280 million in emergency aid to our farmers. Earlier in 2024, water was selling at around $300 per acre feet or foot. At that amount, the value of the water deficient is about $280 million, the amount we are requesting in emergency aid. This does not come close to equaling the losses to producers, but it is a starting point for funds needed to aid the region. I urge leadership to include this legislation in any emergency aid bill that comes to the floor. Let's stand with our farmers and ensure that they have the resources to recover and thrive, which ultimately means American farmers feed American citizens, and that we do not depend on foreign actors for food. Thank you. I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Brown, for 5 minutes. Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to honor an individual whose service, character, and dedication have left an indelible mark on this institution and the people it serves. I first met Valita M.B. Mazik in 2017 when I was selected to participate in the CBC Institute Boot Camp. I could have not known then that 4 years later, Valita would become not only my chief of staff, but also a trusted advisor, confidant, and unwavering partner in serving the people of Ohio's 11th Congressional District. A steady hand who had served my predecessor for more than a decade, Valita has been vital to the success of my office ever since. As she prepares to retire, I rise to recognize a career defined by integrity, selflessness, and an unwavering commitment to public service. Too often, the contributions of congressional staff remain behind the scenes, unnoticed by the public, but essential to our democracy. Far from the cameras, the House chamber, or the committee dais, staff work long hours. They are driven by a deep abiding sense of duty. Valita Mazik personifies this culturally, spiritually, and professionally. She is known for being both wise and witty, spontaneous and strategic, careful and kind, thoughtful and thorough, but most importantly, a loving, loyal, steady, and steadfast steward of our nation, a calm, commanding force behind every success. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I rise to etch the name of Valita Mazik in the congressional record, ensuring her legacy endures for years to come. An unsung hero of this institution, Valita committed herself to honing the skills and talents the Lord had blessed her with, to bending the moral arc of the universe a little bit closer to justice, and to ensuring our government serves its people with respect, dignity, and compassion. After a celebrated career as a general counsel to large metropolitan school districts, Valita agreed to serve as Congresswoman Fudge's chief of staff for 1 year or maybe 2. And yet, a decade later, Valita was still here, a cornerstone of the office, the Congress, and dare I say, the country and the Constitution. Through her efforts, legislation legislative priorities were championed with purpose and passion. Crises were managed with character and charisma, and partnerships were forged both publicly and privately, all with the goal of creating a better future for the people of Ohio's 11th Congressional District. Following my predecessor's appointment to President Joe Biden's cabinet, Velita skillfully managed the office during the transition, ensuring constituents continued to receive the support they needed. Upon my swearing in, her wealth of experience and knowledge allowed me to confidently step into my role. Ever since, Velita's deep understanding of this institution has been invaluable. In moments of uncertainty, Velita was the steady hand navigating challenges with poise and resolve. In moments of triumph, she celebrated not personal accolades, but the victories achieved for the people of Northeast Ohio. And in every moment in between, she exemplified the highest standards of professionalism and dedication. What truly sets Velita apart is her ability to bring out the best in those around her. Whether mentoring young staffers or building coalitions with colleagues, she led with patience, humility, and a genuine belief in the power of collaboration. After 13 years, the countless individuals she has impacted, from colleagues to constituents, are a testament to the lasting influence she has had on all who have worked with her. As Velita steps away from Capitol Hill, I know that her contributions will continue to ripple outward. The legacy she leaves is one of progress, integrity, and hope. Velita, throughout your career, you've often spoke about the importance of getting off the dance floor. It was, as you say, your role as a leader to get to the balcony to see the bigger picture. So as you retire, it's time to leave both the balcony and the dance floor behind. Now the stage is yours to set. Whether it's traveling, writing, or pursuing new passions, retirement is your front row seat to a life of your own design. Velita, on behalf of a grateful Congress, a grateful district, and a grateful nation, thank you. Thank you for your vision, virtue, and vigilance. We are better because of your sacrifice and for your unwavering commitment to see a nation not for what it was, but for what it could be. We wish you all the best in your well-earned retirement. With full confidence, you will your impact on this institution and the nation it serves will live on for generations to come. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Pence, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and express my gratitude to a longtime trusted advisor for the Pence family. Ryan Jarmula, my chief of staff, has been a part of this team since the very beginning. He counseled my brother Michael first, working with him in this body and then the governor's office. President Trump saw his incredible value, leading to Ryan's service in the Trump-Pence Administrative Office of Speech Writing, of which he helped me in my term here. His future was limitless, but to my good fortune, Ryan agreed to join my team when I was elected to office. For years, he's been my eyes and ears in the district, giving my constituents the support they deserved while I was here in Washington. From scheduling to communications to policy, Ryan can do it all, but despite his expertise, he's a humble man. He would never ask anyone to do something he isn't willing to do himself. A leader can only be respected to the extent he respects others, and Ryan exemplifies this principle. Our staff is successful because they're led by someone who sees their value, someone who supports them and wants the best for their future. I would not have been the legislator I am without his wise counsel, level-headedness, and strong spirit. As we close this chapter in Congress, I'm beyond grateful for Ryan, his beautiful family, his friendship, and I look forward to watching his career unfold. And to Ryan, I say, God bless you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor one of the most trusted advisors and a dear family friend of all the Pences. Since 2001, Lonnie Zarnicki has counseled the Pence family as the longest-serving Pence staffer. When my brother Michael started in the House of Representatives, he needed someone he could trust back in the district. He found that in Lonnie. When Michael returned to Indiana as governor, Lonnie faithfully followed him to support our state. In the White House, Lonnie was one of the first people Michael hired. I myself was blessed when Lonnie agreed to join my office, giving me aid and support in a way no one else could. Lonnie knows Indianan service, but even more so, Lonnie knows people, and everybody knows Lonnie. He's a people person, someone who never meets a stranger, always a calming presence in the room. Everyone who meets Lonnie is immediately drawn to him. They see his kindness and character from the very first moment they meet him. Lonnie is a role model for what public service should be. Throughout my time in office, I've turned to his counsel time and time again, knowing that he will always tell me the truth. Indiana and this country are better because of Lonnie's work, and I'm a better man because of Lonnie. I cannot thank him enough for his years of service, and I look forward to many more years of friendship to come. And Lonnie, God bless you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to take a moment to honor a dear friend and public servant in Richmond, Indiana, and throughout the state of Indiana. Any Republican who seeks office in Indiana would do well to consider Misty Hollis trusted counsel. In fact, Misty was one of the first calls I placed when I declared myself a candidate for this seat some 7 years ago. Misty has long served as a 6th District Republican chair and was named in 2015 the Indiana Federation of Republican Women Woman of the Year. Misty is the executive director and CEO of the Richmond Family YMCA, served 2 terms on the Richmond Common Council, and served in roles for Wayne County and Richmond Community Schools. Misty is a true public servant and role model for so many. She gives so much of her time, talent, and treasure to better her community. Even throughout her recent health struggles, Misty has always put others first. I cannot say enough how much we care for and admire Misty and her beloved husband, Tim. We thank them both for their friendship, and God bless Misty Hollis. With that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Napolitano, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 5 minutes.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak in this chamber one last time as the most humble representative of the 1st District of California. I am incredibly grateful to the people of Sangre Valley and the southeastern Los Angeles County for the trust they have placed in me for the last 26 years. It has been my distinct pleasure and honor to serve you, to work tirelessly with you on issues that directly impact our district and our region. Born in Brownsville, Texas, to an immigrant mother, father from San Antonio, have worked since the age of 12 for everything I have achieved. I was not expected to succeed with only a high school diploma. I believed in myself and helped and mentored so many people who believed in me. I have been extremely fortunate to have made so many dear friends in the House, and it has been a great joy to serve alongside you. Past colleagues, current ones from all walks of life, have enriched this whole experience, being friends and family, and have helped me better serve my constituents. I especially want to thank my colleagues in the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, Natural Resources Committee, Mental Health Caucus, Youth Challenge Caucus, and so many others. Thank you all for your partnership, mentorship, and collegiality. I want to express my gratitude to my extraordinary staff, most of whom have been with me for the majority of my time in Congress. I have the best staff in Washington, the most knowledgeable in water, transportation, and mental health, led by my wonderful Chief of Staff, Joe Sheehy, Jerry O'Donnell, Joseph Chicon, Morgan Leonard, Sam Schiller, and Daniel Chow, my former Chief of Staff. They've always been accessible, polite, and helpful. I want to thank my incredible staff on the Subcommittee of Water Resources and Environmental, Brian Seeger, Logan Ferry, and Alexa Williams, all in the gallery. In my district, my staff has always been in the community meeting with residents, local staff agency, volunteers to improve the federal government services and invest in our community. They have dealt with hundreds of casework issues every year, getting vets the proper benefits, Medicare recipients the proper care, and recent immigrants the proper status in the U.S. They led by District Chief of Staff Perla Hernandez Trumco, Elena Robles, Robert Pence, Carrie Lamb, Leandra Verdin, Tracy Cooper Harris, and Irma Elisheva Diaz. Thank you to my current staff and to all previous staff in both offices. They serve in our community and our nation. I also want to thank the countless hard-working staff who make Congress run smoothly: cafeteria workers, custodians, post office workers, letter carriers, and so many other employees of AOC and CAO, the always helpful Democratic cloakroom staff, stenographers, employees of the clerk who always assist in legislative business, the friendly lady in Lindy Box reading room, the incredible doctors, nurses, physical therapists, and medical staff, and office veterinary physicians, many brave Capitol Police officers who protect us all, and oh so many others. Lastly, I'm incredibly grateful for my remarkable and supportive, loving family, each and every one of them who provided the encouragement, guidance, and love that sustained me through my 26 years in federal service and 13 years of prior state and local service. My husband, my rock, my greatest encouragement. My children have taken care of my family obligations, have been away while I've been away in Washington. My beautiful grandchildren, 13 fabulous great-grandchildren, and have been my inspiration to make America a better place for future generations. My son and his family, wife, Norma, Freddie, Veronica, Elizabeth, Andrea, Nico, Nolan, and Brooklyn, and my first great-grandchild on the way, Daniel, my son Edward's family, Kelly, Brian, Nathaniel, Scott, Nick, and Danielle, my son Mike and Lourdes, my daughter Cynthia and her husband, Kurt, Jennifer, Tyler, Ethan, Emma, Grace, Haley, Joan, Ryan, Jocelyn, Brenda, Kinsley, and a great-grandson arriving soon, and Dylan and Chesley, my beloved late granddaughters, family, Christopher, Karina, Joseph Jr., Christopher Jr., Grayson, Michael, and Dominic. All, thank you all for supporting my service, supporting me throughout my career. So very proud of you. Once again, I am proud of everything we have accomplished together throughout my tenure. I also want to thank you for trusting in me to be your representative. As I've said to both Republican and Democratic presidents alike, my focus has been representing my district first, state second, and nation third. I'll continue fighting for the San Gabriel Valley through my death later in the office. I wish everybody a Merry Christmas, a joyous, holy season, much health and happiness in the year and beyond. Thank you, and God bless everybody in this house and those who serve in it. I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in this hallowed house of our nation's capital to recognize and honor a man who has served this community well for a long period of time, Chief William Bill Mobley, a remarkable individual whose lifetime of service and dedication to his community, to his state, and to his country have earned him the great honor of being inducted into the South Carolina Hall of Fame for law enforcement officers. This this agency was formed back in 1797 and exists today, which is to 2024. 227 years, only 400 people have met the standards to be inducted into the Hall of Fame in South Carolina. Chief Mobley's career is a testament to his unwavering commitment to justice and public service. A graduate of the University of South Carolina, Chief Mobley distinguished himself early in his law enforcement career, earning the J.P. Strom Award from the South Carolina Criminal Justice Academy. This recognition is reserved for the very best, and Chief Mobley embodied this excellence throughout his 43-year tenure with the City of York Police Department. From 2000 until his retirement in 2010, he served as Chief of Police, leading with integrity, professionalism, and a steadfast commitment to protecting the citizens of York. Chief Mobley's public service extended beyond the work in law enforcement. For 18 years, he volunteered with the York Rescue Squad and the York Fire Department, demonstrating a willingness to serve whenever and wherever his community needed him the most. His professional affiliations included the South Carolina Law Enforcement Association, the South Carolina Police Chiefs Association, and the York County Fraternal Order of Police, reflect his long-time dedication to advancing the law enforcement profession and mentoring those who followed in his footsteps. Chief Mobley's sense of duty began long before his career in law enforcement. He proudly served his country in the United States Marine Corps from 1964 to 1970, where he achieved the rank of Lance Corporal. His commitment to the ideals of service, sacrifice, and leadership that defined the Marine Corps carried over into every aspect of his life. Beyond his professional accomplishments, Chief Mobley has been a pillar of his community. He has served as president of the Clover Optimist Club. He has coached the Dixie League youth baseball for over 20 years, and he's contributed to organizations such as the Catawba Bow Hunters Club, the National Rifle Association, and the VWF Post 66. He is a man of deep faith, and he is also a devoted member of the Union Baptist Church. Chief Mobley's life of service is even more extraordinary by the unwavering support of his loving wife, Emily, who has been married. They've been married since 1966. Together they have raised 4 daughters, instilling in their family the same values of faith, service, and community that has defined Chief Mobley's life. Chief Mobley represents the very best of South Carolina. His introduction into the South Carolina Law Enforcement Officers Hall of Fame is a fitting tribute to a life lived in service as others. His legacy of leadership, his compassion, and his commitment to justice has and it will continue to inspire generations to come. On behalf of the people of South Carolina's 5th Congressional District, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to Chief Mobley on this well-deserved honor. May his remarkable achievements remind all of us the difference one dedicated individual can make. I hope that you will join me in saying a big thank you to Chief Mobley. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Caston, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, last week the Speaker of the House and the Majority Leader said that the report into serious allegations of misconduct by former Representative Matt Gaetz was, quote, moot because he had resigned from Congress. I rise today to remind my colleagues of 4 names and 4 years. 1987, Bill Boner. 1990, Don Lukens. 2006, Mark Foley. 2011, Eric Massa. Those are 4 members of Congress spanning each of the last 4 decades. 2 Democrats, 2 Republicans. All 4 of them resigned from their seats while under investigation by the House Ethics Committee. Allegations against these members included acceptance of bribes, sharing inappropriate sexually explicit images, and sex with a minor child. In all of those cases, the work of the Ethics Committee continued even after their resignation. In 3 of the 4 cases, the report of the Ethics Committee was released to the public. In none of those cases did anyone have the gall to declare those reports to be moot. And so now, in 2024, another representative has resigned while he was under investigation by the House Ethics Committee for allegations including acceptance of bribes, sharing of inappropriate sexually explicit images, and sex with a minor child. Mr. Gaetz is also alleged to have engaged in illicit drug use. We all understand that even the allegation of such activities being committed by one of us cheapens this whole institution. We also all respect the traditions of this House. While they may sometimes need reform, we tread carefully before setting any new precedents. And so here we find ourselves with a tradition going back at least 4 decades that members of the House who are under investigation by the Ethics Committee for these sorts of allegations cannot prevent that information from becoming public simply by resigning from their seat. And yet that is exactly the precedent that the majority voted to upend last week when they voted to kill the resolution to compel the release of the Ethics Committee report on Mr. Gaetz. Every member of this body now needs to ask themselves if they believe that the president of this House, holding itself and its members to a higher ethical standard, is one worth keeping. They need to ask themselves if they believe that even if you resign from this body, future employers, whether in the public or private sector, should know if you can be trusted to represent their institutions with dignity and honor. can be trusted with their financial resources, can be trusted around underage children. Because make no mistake, everyone who voted against the release of the report last week was saying that no, the time has come for a new precedent where the rules no longer apply to us, where from this day forth, the Republican majority shall loudly proclaim what happens in D.C. stays in D.C. As our friend and former colleague Elijah Cummings would have reminded us, we are better than this. Upholding precedents and maintaining the integrity of this House is not moot. I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Klein, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the courageous actions of 16-year-old Carter Nicely from Allegheny County, who heroically saved the lives of his family as their home was engulfed in flames earlier this year. As dawn broke, Carter was awakened by an extraordinary heat. Attempting to turn on his bedside lamp, he quickly realized the electricity was out. Without hesitation, he sprang into action, rushing to warn his parents, Anthony and Kristen Nicely, and his younger brother Brody, of the imminent danger. Thanks to Carter's swift actions, his family was able to evacuate their home safely, though they tragically lost everything in the fire. In recognition of his bravery, the Sharon Fire and Rescue Team awarded Carter a life-saving award, a commendation they have only bestowed once before. Mr. Speaker, I once again want to congratulate Carter Nicely on his quick thinking and decisive action, which undoubtedly saved lives. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Strasburg Presbyterian Church as it proudly celebrates 200 years of service. The church was founded in 1824 by a small, dedicated group of Christians under the leadership of Reverend Dr. William Henry Foote, a Princeton graduate who came to the Shenandoah Valley to provide English language services for residents primarily speaking German. Notably, Strasburg Presbyterian is the only church in town to withstand the Civil War, even serving as a hospital for wounded Confederate and Union soldiers after the pivotal battles of Cedar Creek and Fisher's Hill. Today, under the guidance of Reverend David Howard, the church goes beyond traditional worship and Sunday school. It actively participates in community initiatives such as blood drives, Bible studies, pancake breakfasts, and spaghetti dinners. With 90 active members, many of whom are multi-generational families, Reverend Howard envisions a bright future for the church, embodying the spirit of community service with the belief that, quote, it's about putting your community before yourself, end quote. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Strasburg Presbyterian Church for its unwavering commitment to service and hope the church continues to bless our community for another 200 years. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate a beacon of hope and community pride in my district, the Roanoke Star. It was on the eve of Thanksgiving in 1949 at exactly 8:22 p.m. when a star was illuminated for the first time atop the most prominent mountain in the heart of the city of Roanoke, Virginia. What began as a Christmas decoration, this man-made metal star has now become an enduring symbol of our community's spirit for 75 glorious years. Built by Roy Kinsey of the Kinsey Sign Company for $28,000, this impressive structure towers 88.5 feet tall, proudly visible from as far away as 60 miles, with 2,000 feet of neon tubing ready to shine in red, white, and blue. The Roanoke Star is not just any star, it's the largest freestanding illuminated star in the world. Visitors come from countless places to witness this treasured landmark, take in the breathtaking view of the Roanoke Valley, explore scenic trails, or enjoy the nearby Mill Mountain Zoo. The Roanoke Star is recognized on both the National Register for Historic Places and the Virginia Landmarks Registry, reminding us of our heritage and commitment to preserving our history. As we mark this 75th anniversary, let us celebrate the Roanoke Star's significance in Virginia's 6th District, and may it continue to shine as a welcoming beacon for all who visit it. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Lee Carter, for 5 minutes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as a former first grade teacher in Houston, I rise to honor remarkable educators from school districts in the 18th Congressional District of Texas whose dedication and impact inspires students and strengthen our community. From the Aldine Independent School District, led by Dr. LaTanya M. Goffney, they serve over 67,000 students. Amanda Lee is the Elementary Teacher of the Year from Carmichael Elementary. She fosters hands-on learning in an environment where every child is empowered to succeed. Leticia Vargas is a secondary teacher of the year from Davis High School and engages students with culturally relevant lessons and provides vital mentorship. Rosalind Burns is the principal of the year from Jones Primary and has transformed her school with innovative programs that enhance student engagement and achievement. Next, from the Houston Independent School District, of which I am a proud graduate, and it's our largest district in the 18th, Jasmine Campbell, a leader in digital tools and classroom collaboration. She empowers her students and peers through mentorship and innovation. Alondra Mejia Lackney, a special education teacher, tirelessly supports students with unique differences to help them overcome challenges. Yushiba Moses is the counseling manager, and she has devoted 20 years to guiding students and counselors driving positive change across the district. She reminds me a lot of my favorite guidance counselor, Felicia Doyle, who invested in me when I was in high school. From the Humble Independent School District that serves 48,000 students, we have Cameron Bradford, the secondary teacher of this year at Summer Creek High School, who supports students' well-being with compassionate lessons like, it's okay to not be okay. Jasmine Thomas, the elementary school teacher of the year at Autumn Creek Elementary, creates a kind and inclusive classroom with imaginative storytelling. James Lenz, a special education teacher at Lakeland Elementary, connects lessons to real-world scenarios, empowering his students. From the Cypress Fairbanks Independent School District, which is led by Superintendent Dr. Douglas Killian and serves over 118,000 students, we have London Martin, a fifth grade teacher at Francone Elementary, who achieved 100% participation in a district math program by fostering strong relationships with her students. Jasmine Bookman, a sixth grade math teacher at Campbell Middle School, inspires growth through her dedication to academic and personal development. And William Frank Patterson, a Navy veteran at the Carpenter Center, uplifts students with his unwavering support and generosity, including home-cooked meals. From the Spring Independent School District, led by Dr. Lupita Hinojosa, serves over 33,000 students, and just this past Monday renamed its Family Engagement and Community Center after my mother, the Honorable Sheila Jackson Lee. I salute Rosemary Perez, bilingual teacher at Donna Lewis Elementary, who uses innovative strategies to foster growth in her bilingual students. Dr. Clara Thompson, who is a college counselor at Westfield High School, has guided countless students, including many first generation, to success over her 31-year career. And Scott Sims, a government teacher at Westfield High School, who enriches his students' learning with his background in community service and support for many extracurriculars. These educators remind us that teaching is not just a profession, but a calling to shape future generations. Their unwavering commitment to excellence deserves our gratitude and continued support. I commit my full support to policies that help close the achievement gap, support teachers, principals, and students, and help our public schools address 21st century needs. Let us not go back to suppressing freedom of speech and ideas that help our schools remain true centers of learning. To these educators, thank you for your tireless dedication to our children and communities to truly make America the best place to be. Thank you, Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Joyce, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House and revise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the officers of the Altoona Police Department for their professionalism, their bravery, and their quick response that led to the arrest and the capture of Luigi Mangione, the suspect of the killing of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. When a call came from the McDonald's restaurant on Plank Road in Altoona, officers Tyler Fry and Joseph Detweiler immediately moved into action, working quickly to apprehend the suspect before he could flee. It was their questioning and their police work that ultimately led to his arrest, putting to rest a national manhunt. With only 6 months on the job, Officer Tyler Fry's career is off to a significant start, and I am grateful to him and for all 66 officers of the Altoona Police Department that is led by Chief of Police Joe Merrill. While high profile, this arrest is just a small part of the incredible work that these officers do each and every day to protect the community. whether it's patrolling the streets, working to stop the flow of fentanyl and other illicit drugs into our communities, or doing outreach at our schools. The officers of the Altoona Police Department are a strong example of what is best about our community. On behalf of everyone in Blair County and throughout Pennsylvania's 13th Congressional District, I want to thank the officers of the Altoona Police Department for their commitment to protect and serve the community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield.
The gentleman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib, for 5 minutes.
This Congress is about to vote to pass another obscene military budget when the Pentagon just failed its 7th audit in a row. That's nearly $1 trillion going to weapons and war. And when it comes to the Pentagon budget, not a single one of my colleagues asks, how are we going to pay for it? So why is it when it comes to addressing critical issues here like hunger, poverty, our broken healthcare system, clean water, they tell me that we don't have the money? But even more disturbing for many of my residents and the American people is that many of my colleagues in this chamber are profiting personally, financially, when they vote to pass more funding for war. I introduced the Stop Profiteering Politicians Profiting from War Act. The Stop Politicians Profiting from War Act bans members of Congress and their families from owning defense stocks. My colleagues should not be able to use their positions of power to get rich from defense contractors while voting to pass more funding for war. Our elected officials should not be able to profit off of death. The American people deserve better. Mr. Speaker, this holiday season, too many of our children are going to bed hungry while colleagues vote to pass nearly $1 trillion for war. In the richest country in the world, millions of our children live in poverty, lacking access to necessities like food, shelter, and health care. More than 44 million people across our nation face hunger, including 15% in our Wayne County community in the 12th Congressional District. SNAP is a key tool in combating hunger. It's been very successful in helping vulnerable communities like ours, and it remains the most vital line of defense against hunger. But many of my Republican colleagues want to continue to cut this essential program. We must protect and expand the social safety net and increase funding for SNAP and other programs to combat hunger. Working families in our country should not have to worry about where their next meal is coming from. Children cannot learn, Mr. Speaker, when they are hungry. By investing in universal school meals, we can ensure every child has access to resources needed to thrive at school. SNAP families only receive an average about $6 a day per person. That's it. We must not only protect this incredibly important food assistance program, but expand it to make sure it actually covers the growing cost of groceries. We know that our families are getting price gouged every single day at the grocery store. If this body has money for endless wars, we must surely find the resources to end child hunger in our country. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to quote into the record something from a report recently. It said, Israel has forcibly displaced 90% of Gaza's 2.2 million inhabitants, many of them multiple times, into ever-shrinking, ever-changing pockets of land that lacked basic infrastructure, forcing people to live in conditions that expose them to slow and calculated death. It has deliberately obstructed or denied the import and delivery of life-saving goods and humanitarian aid. It has restricted power supplies that together with damage and destruction has led to the collapse of the water, sanitation, and healthcare systems. Mr. Speaker, I just quoted from the Amnesty International's 296-page report concluding that Israel's government is committing genocide against Palestinians in Gaza, as defined in international law by the Genocide Convention. So if I may, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to submit for the record, Amnesty International's "You Feel Like You Are Subhuman, Israel's genocide against the Palestinian people in Gaza." This report confirms what we have known for months. My colleagues can no longer deny this is genocide. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield.
Does the gentlelady seek unanimous consent?
Yes.
Without objection. The gentlelady yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Muser, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I think we will rise in strong support for the fiscal year 2025 National Defense Authorization Act, known as the NDAA. The world, Mr. Speaker, is an increasingly dangerous place, and the threats we are facing continue to evolve. Over the past 4 years, we've witnessed Ukraine under siege, Taiwan under constant pressure from China, and Israel attacked on that fateful October 7th, devastated, massacred, brutalized, and responded, as well, being backed by Iran and its proxies, and the persistent threat of terrorism, Mr. Speaker, in Africa, and the drug cartels creating continued danger and death close to home. These are just not far-off challenges, Mr. Speaker. They directly impact our national security, economic stability around the world, and the safety of the American people. This bill is about making the necessary investments to ensure that the United States remains the most powerful military in the world. It supports our troops and ensures they have the resources they need to carry out their missions safely and effectively. It provides for weapons upgrades, the development of cutting-edge technologies, and a revitalization of the defense industrial base, ensuring our readiness to face all adversaries. Too often we hear stories of military families struggling to make ends meet, and that is simply unacceptable. This bill takes a stand for them, providing better pay and support so that no service member ever has to rely upon food stamps to feed their family. So let's address those who oppose this bill because it doesn't include more social engineering or ideological experiments. The United States military is not a social engineering experiment. It's a fighting force designed to protect our nation and ensure global stability. The American people as well should be confident that with Pete Hegseth, President Trump's pick for Secretary of Defense, at the helm, we can trust that the Department of Defense will prioritize ending divisive ideologies and enhancing military readiness. As well, there are some who argue we could cut more from the defense spending. This bill represents a modest 1% increase over last year's budget, but it's critical for this investment in our safety and our future. Do we need more efficiency measures? Yes, we do. And next year, with the new administration, we will make our defense spending leaner, sharper, and more effective, and always putting America first. Mr. Speaker, this legislation is about prioritizing what truly matters: military readiness, modernization, security of the American people, rather than a social and ideological agenda. I urge my colleagues to join me in voting for this bill and in supporting our troops. Mr. Speaker, supporting our service members and their families is absolutely essential to ensuring our military readiness and assuring the United States the greatest fighting force in the world. That's why I and many are urging our colleagues, all our colleagues, to support the NDAA, which we'll be voting on tonight, which prioritizes the well-beings of those who defend our freedom. This bill delivers critical resources, improving housing through investments aimed at upgrading military facilities, better health coverage for service members and their family, expanding accessibility of child care, and enhanced support for military spouses, including professional licensing portability programs. It also authorized a significant pay raise for service members, a 14.5% increase for junior enlisted personnel, and a 4.5% for all other ranks, providing the recognition and compensation they've earned and deserve. As well, this legislation tackles pressing challenges facing our nation. It strengthens our southern border by allocating funding for advanced surveillance technology, additional personnel, counters rising aggression from China by supporting increased funding for Indo-Pacific defense initiatives, and reaffirms our unwavering commitment to Israel by authorizing continued funding for missile defense systems like the Iron Dome. House Republicans are committed to cutting wasteful spending, slashing the so-called military bureaucracy, and standing with those who fight for our country. This NDA reflects that commitment by ensuring our armed forces have the resources they need, whether on the front lines or here at home. By passing this bill, we're making sure our military is prepared to meet today's challenges while safeguarding the freedoms of tomorrow. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. McClellan, for 5 minutes.
I was born in the Congo. I walked to the Fertile Crescent and built the Sphinx. I designed a pyramid so tough that a star that only glows every 100 years falls into the center, giving divine, perfect light. I am bad. I sat on the throne drinking nectar with Allah. I got hot and sent an ice age to Europe to cool my thirst. My oldest daughter is Nefertiti. The tears from my birth pains created the Nile. I am a beautiful woman. I gazed on the forest and burned out the Sahara Desert with a packet of goat's meat and a change of clothes. I crossed it in 2 hours. I am a gazelle, so swift you can't catch me. For a birthday present, when he was 3, I gave my son Hannibal an elephant. He gave me Rome for Mother's Day. My strength flows ever on. My son Noah built an ark, and I stood proudly at the helm as we sailed on a soft summer day. I turned myself into myself and was Jesus. Men intone my loving name. All praises, I am the one who would save. I sewed diamonds in my backyard. My bowels delivered uranium. The filings from my fingernails are semi-precious jewels. On a trip north, I caught a cold and blew my nose, giving oil to the Arab world. I am so hip, even my errors are correct. I sailed west to reach east and had to round off the earth as I went. The hair from my head thinned, and gold was laid across 3 continents. I am so perfect, so divine, so ethereal to be surreal. I cannot be comprehended except by my permission. I mean, I can fly like a bird in the sky. Mr. Speaker, this poem, Ego Trippin', sparked my interest as a child growing up in the South from my favorite poet, Nikki Giovanni, who passed earlier this week. Nikki was one of the leading voices of the 1960s Black arts movement, with one writer naming her the poet of the Black Revolution. Her work focused on race, gender, politics, love, and joy. Through poetry, children and nonfiction books, and spoken word albums, she celebrated Black America and Black liberation. And as a young girl, I could see myself reflected in her work. She dedicated herself to uplifting and empowering other Black women writers, publishing an anthology of poetry written by Black women. Nikki was a fierce voting rights advocate and fought to ensure everyone could make their voice heard at the ballot box. She taught at several universities, culminating for 35 years at Virginia Tech, where she retired in 2022 as a distinguished professor of English. She received countless awards and accolades and was a groundbreaking literary giant. When the Virginia Tech community mourned the lives of 32 people killed by a gunman in 2007, she honored them with a poem entitled, "We Are Virginia Tech," in which she said, "We are sad today, and we will be sad for quite a while. We are not moving on. We are embracing our mourning. We are strong enough to stand tall, tearlessly. We are brave enough to bend, to cry. And we are sad enough to know we must laugh again." Nikki Giovanni has flown away home, and we will be sad for quite a while. But her words leave a lasting legacy that will continue to inspire generations to come. I yield back.
And the lady yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to mourn the loss of Daniel Howard Bradley of Savannah, Georgia. Mr. Bradley sadly passed away on December 3rd in the presence of his family. Born at the Old Telfair Hospital in Savannah, Mr. Bradley was a lifelong resident of Savannah. He attended local schools and earned his degree in industrial management from the Georgia Institute of Technology. Mr. Bradley was an extremely hardworking individual, serving as the president of Dixie Plywood Company for over 56 years. Mr. Bradley also remained active in the Georgia Tech community for many years. He served as a trustee of the Georgia Tech National Alumni Association, member of the Georgia Tech National Advisory Board, and a member of the Georgia Tech Regional Engineering Program, and several others. For over 76 years, Mr. Bradley was an active member of the Wesley Monumental United Methodist Church, serving on several boards within the community. It's here that I met Mr. Bradley, and I will tell you, he was one of the finest men I've ever met. He also served on the advisory board of the Salvation Army for 2 decades. Mr. Bradley was a generous, faithful man, known for all his integrity and loyalty. He will be greatly missed, and my heart goes out to his friends and family. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate 5 Effingham County Middle School students on their selection for the Reach Georgia Scholarship. The recipients of the scholarship are Grace Muhan of Effingham Middle School, Armani Burt and Kellen Langford from Ebenezer Middle School, and Joel Barrera and Ryder English from South Effingham Middle School. At the end of November, all 5 students signed their Reach Georgia Scholarship contracts alongside each other. Due to their stellar academic performance and outstanding attendance and behavior, these students will graduate high school with a $10,000 scholarship that is eligible for use at Hope institutions. Each student must maintain a minimum GPA of 2.5, work with mentors, and remain drug and alcohol free throughout high school. Our district is incredibly proud of these hardworking, accomplished students. I look forward to the opportunity to follow the future successes of these students, and I wish them the very best along their academic journey. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to mourn the loss of Dan Wright. Mr. Wright, nicknamed Skip, acquired the name from his father, who enlisted in the Army as a captain after his graduation from dental school. Mr. Wright was an excellent athlete throughout his life. He showcased his athletic prowess as an outstanding football player and a black diamond skier. Mr. Wright attended school at the Citadel prior to being drafted into the Vietnam War, where he received a Bronze Star for his service to his beloved country. Upon his return home, he finished school at East Carolina State with a degree in business and finance, which propelled him into his impressive career as a mortgage banker in both Atlanta and St. Simons until his retirement. He was a dedicated member of both Christ Church Frederica and his cherished golf club, Sea Island. Mr. Wright was preceded in death by his 2 sons, Dan and Thomas, and his parents, Dr. and Mrs. Wright. Mr. Wright will be greatly missed by his friends, family, and golf partners. My heart goes out to all of them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Oh, the chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Mrs. Ledger Fernandez, for 5 minutes.
I ask unanimous consent to address the House Department and Advisory Board.
Gentlelady recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Fred Harris, a senator, civil rights and tribal advocate, presidential candidate, chairman, professor, and so much more to the people lucky enough to have known him. The title that I love best for my dear friend is Radical Optimist. In times when we might despair, like the time we find ourselves in now, Fred never gave in to fatalism. Instead, Fred asked each of us to charge ahead with commitment and courage. His radical optimism was not passive, but proactive. He called upon us to each act with purpose and passion, to find the unique places where each of us could lend our action to change the direction of the world better. He called upon us to act collectively in the joy that comes from working together with friends and colleagues on a cause. I first met Senator Harris as a young attorney working on tribal issues in New Mexico. He shared stories of his work together with LaDonna Harris, his former wife, elevating Native American issues across this country. Senator Harris sponsored the landmark bill to restore sacred Blue Lake to Taos Pueblo. He created the bipartisan alliance that led to President Richard Nixon signing that bill into law in 1970. Blue Lake became the touchstone and spark for the return of sacred lands to tribal nations across this country. Senator Harris and his beautiful wife, Mary Elster, herself a democracy hero, then became good friends as I myself ran for office. His deep laughter and inexhaustible supply of stories to illustrate a path forward helped me immensely over the last 5 years. Harris's career included serving in Oklahoma and the United States Senate as chairman of the Democratic National Committee. And throughout his career and his many roles, he always led and listened with courage and empathy. He was a strong supporter of and voted for, imagine this, the Voting Rights Act of 1965 during his first year in the United States Senate and continued to advocate it until this year. At the University of New Mexico, he founded the Fred Harris Internship Program. Since 2006, Congress has welcomed smart, dedicated New Mexicans to serve in our delegation offices. I've hosted and then hired Fred Harris interns because they bring with them the same radical optimism as their sponsor. I hope his family takes solace in the fact that every intern and person whose life he touched will keep his spirit alive as they also bring his love of country, of community, and service to their own life work. Senator Harris's legacy will ring through history in the laughter and radical optimism he left us. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate my hometown newspaper, the Santa Fe New Mexican, on its 175th anniversary. The first issue of the paper was printed in 1849. The New Mexican has brought stories to life about gold strikes, floods, votes on prohibition, and debates on statehood and whether women should have the right to vote. It has shared stories of the struggles and strength of the survivors of wildfires, informed voters about their local candidates, and anointed the best chile in the city. To keep democracy strong, it made sure voters understood the positions and perspectives of local, Senate, federal, and national candidates for office. I myself like this one page from 1838 that juxtaposes the rise of fascism in Europe with Santa Fe's burning of Old Man Gloom. I'd note that my local newspaper was ahead of the curve. It took the New York Times 80 years before they reported on Zozobra. You know, Santa Feans, as the New Mexican has shown, have been choosing joy over fascism for over 100 years. Stories matter, and who tells them matters just as much. That's why it's important that an independent paper with integrity like the New Mexican has been telling stories about communities since it was founded. Papers like the New Mexican keep us well-informed and active citizens. In this time of democracy at risk, we need papers like the New Mexicans, and I am so happy to be on this floor to celebrate its anniversary.
Gentlelady's time has expired. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Mann, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, for 4 years, the Biden administration's weak foreign policy has allowed communist China, Russia, Iran, and other adversaries to take full advantage of America. This weakness has put Americans in danger, made America less secure, and hurt Americans' reputation with their longstanding allies and friends. When President Biden campaigned for president, he promised Americans that he would be a unifying figure. Rather than sticking to his word, he spent much of his tenure undoing President Trump's popular policies, foreign and domestic, regardless of their effectiveness. This stubbornness and pure partisanship has backfired and made America less secure than it was just 4 years ago. For example, President Biden orchestrated the largest botched withdrawal of American troops of our generation when he abandoned vulnerable Americans in Afghanistan and allowed the Taliban to regain control and diminish the freedoms of our country worked so hard to preserve. When President Biden worked on the Doha Agreement, he required the Taliban to curb terrorist activity in Afghanistan and the region. President Biden, on the other hand, never required the Taliban to agree to those same conditions, withdrew without a long-term strategy, and allowed terrorists to make themselves at home in Afghanistan once again. President Biden's weakness on the world stage continues to be on full display in the Middle East in his appeasement strategy with the Iranian regime. Iran is not America's friend. We all know that. Yet President Biden ignores Iran's bad intentions and Iran's possession of resources that pose a great threat to our allies, including Israel. While President Trump applied a maximum pressure strategy that constrained Tehran financially, President Biden was at the helm as Iranian-backed militias attacked our troops more than 170 times without consequence. President Biden's so-called strategy only emboldened Hamas and other Iran-backed proxies to attack our ally, Israel, launching the deadliest day for the Jewish people since the Holocaust. Other adversaries are closely watching. China continues planning its invasion of Taiwan and increases its influence in America's absence. Just this week, several of my colleagues joined me in expressing concerns to President Biden about Communist China's growing influence at the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization. A recent proposal from the current FAO Director General and former Chinese Vice Minister, which would extend the Director General's tenure from 8 years to a decade, increase his already $300,000 salary, and give Communist China more control over the U.S.-led World Food Program. America cannot afford to sit idly, even during our time of political transition, while China positions itself to expand its influence. I've been blessed to grow up in a world where the United States has led the free world. I want my children, their children, and future generations to grow up in a similar world, but I understand that leadership didn't come from being passive or trying to tap dance around communism. President Dwight D. Eisenhower, one of Kansas' favorite sons, military hero, and our 34th United States president, dedicated his entire career to promoting freedom and waging peace. He helped shape the global U.S. leadership many of us know today. In his inaugural address, he said, "History does not long entrust the care of freedom to the weak or the timid." Unfortunately, the Biden administration has chosen timidness and tiptoed approaches to foreign policy to placate far-left activists. Luckily, Mr. Speaker, this will soon be over. America, we got it right. President Trump is committed to securing American peace through strength and making it clear to our enemies that we will not tolerate any nonsense. It's a new day in America, and the days of American weakness are gone. I look forward to working with President Trump and the incoming House and Senate Republican majorities to restore America's leadership and make the country safe again. Our brightest days are yet to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Jackson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise because one of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle has introduced legislation to award the Congressional Gold Medal for heroism to Mr. Daniel Penny for choking a man to death on the New York City subway. Just the other day, a New York City jury found Daniel Penny not guilty of the chokehold death of Jordan Neely. And to think that members of this body would consider the circumstances of this case to be anything other than a complete tragedy for everyone is cruel. When a young man is suffering from a mental health breakdown and loses his life at the hands of a 24-year-old veteran who is probably also suffering from a particular set of challenges, there is absolutely nothing to celebrate here. And to say this, Mr. Speaker, because even the prosecutor said that Mr. Penny went too far. Mr. Neely was not just a Michael Jackson impersonator who was crying out, both hungry and thirsty. Mr. Neely was also a distressed person on a train, or some kind of public nuisance as what was described. He was someone's son, he was somebody's friend, and no less a part of the fabric of this American mosaic as any one of us who rightfully stand here today. And yes, no one could deny that Jordan Neely had challenges. But who among us do not have people in our districts who are suffering from all kinds of struggles and setbacks? Each and every one of us represent people who are wrestling with the vicissitudes of life each and every day. And yes, like millions of Americans, Jordan Neely was homeless. He struggled from mental illness after his mother was murdered in 2007. But in spite of all of his challenges, Mr. Neely was a human being. He was as much a person worthy of respect as anybody, and no less deserving of compassion and de-escalation as any of us in this chamber. And when he got on the train that day, he had no weapon, he had not touched anyone, and more importantly, he was asking for help. But instead of encountering kindness, he was choked to death because rather than being seen as a brother and a sister, we have become so heartless that we see each other as combatants in a war that none of us can win as long as we are committed to fighting each other. And I wonder today, have we become so desensitized to cruelty that we would dare to celebrate savagery in this chamber without any regard for the tragic loss of life? And when a jury cannot determine that a man should not be executed for having a mental outburst, one wonders, is this the future of justice in America for people who are not well, for people who are not rich, for people not living in a home with locked doors and carpeted hallways? There are over 110 billionaires who live in New York City, but Jordan was not one of those persons. The greatest amalgamation of wealth in the history of the world congregates in the city of New York, but Jordan Neely was not a part of it. And yet, he was as American as any of the captains of industry who work on Wall Street, who fly off to the Hamptons in order to enjoy their weekend pursuits. And all over the city of Chicago, people are wondering, if the racial roles were reversed, would Mr. Penny have been allowed to walk away without any accountability? I find the jury decision to be appalling on many levels, and not the least of which because all life is sacred. And as long as one of us are disposable, then all of us are in the candidacy to fall victim to the reaffirming silence that allows evil to flourish. The denunciation of cruelty should not be a partisan issue. We should not be so eager to run to our partisan corners when it comes to mental illness and the tragic loss of life. I say to my colleagues and to the American people, there should be no medals for this act. There should be no knee-jerk partisan celebration that degrades the life of a man suffering from mental illness by making a mockery of his death. I hope in the days to come, all of us will do whatever we can to inspire our constituents to find a more excellent way. I pray that in the weeks to come, we will resist the temptation to give in to the darker impulses that live in the shadows of our great democratic experiment. And we will, in the best of our ability, work to ensure life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness for all who make this country their home. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
Prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Sovereign God, you and you alone know the plans you have for each one of us, for this body, and for this nation. In your mercy, you have promised that what you have designed for us is for our welfare and not for our harm, to give us a future with hope. We call upon you then and pray to you, trusting in your divine provision, claiming what you have promised, even when your will is not always clear to us, even when the problems of the present prevent us from imagining the favorable future you have foretold. In the concerns and confusions that clutter our lives, we search for you. We seek you with our whole hearts. Lord, let us find you and restore to us the fortune of faith, the assuredness, the confidence, and the conviction that is ours when we acknowledge your divine hand in our lives and your favor upon us. It is in your merciful name we dare to pray. Amen.
Amen. God bless and thank you, Admiral. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Garcia.
You join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to recognize Bellefonte Area High School's concert choir milestone event, performing ahead of the Rockettes at Radio City Music Hall. On Monday, December 16, 32 students from Bellefonte Area High School will take the stage as the opening act for the Rockettes Radio City Christmas Spectacular in New York City. The Bellefonte Area High School Concert Choir was selected to participate in Radio City's Sounds of Christmas Experience, a program that allows groups to apply to perform on openers for the Christmas Spectacular. For their 5-minute holiday-themed a cappella performance, BAHS will perform 2 pieces, Noël Nouveau, a setting of a French carol, and a vocal jazz setting of its most wonderful time of the year. Mr. Speaker, the Rockettes Radio City Christmas Spectacular is a cherished tradition that brings the spirit of Christmas to life for audiences from around the world. Congratulations to the Bellefonte Area High School Concert Choir for their dedication, hard work, and their contributions to the iconic Christmas Spectacular. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the 35th anniversary of a remarkable event in my district. Shoes for Kids began with a simple donation of just 50 pairs of shoes and has now grown into a movement, making sure no child in Houston faces the challenge of having no shoes to wear. See, these shoes are more than just footwear, Mr. Speaker. They protect little feet, yes, but they also boost confidence, support proper posture, and encourage physical activity. The founder of this event, Yolanda Black Novato, was a dear friend. Although she's no longer with us, her vision lives on. By partnering with schools and community centers, Shoes for Kids also addresses critical challenges in children's lives, starting quite literally from the ground up. By supporting our children, we are putting the right foot forward, and we're putting children over politics. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am grateful to recognize 2024 Army Congressional Fellow Major J.J. Joshua Jackson for his service to the country and the 2nd District of South Carolina. Throughout his congressional tenure, J.J. has been a valued team player and working on military and veterans issues, including today, the National Defense Authorization Act. As an Air Defense Artillery officer, J.J. has held numerous positions with a distinguished career, including tours in our valued allies of Saudi Arabia and Jordan. He most recently served the Pentagon as a legislative liaison with the Department of the Army. A Georgia native, J.J. graduated from West Point, where he was a starter for the Army football team. We wish J.J. and his young daughters, Amaya and Noah, the best of continued success. In conclusion, God bless our troops as the global war on terrorism conditions, open borders for dictators puts all Americans at risk of more 9/11 attacks as warned by the FBI. Donald Trump will reinstitute existing laws to protect American families with peace through strength. America celebrates its first ally, France, with yesterday the historic 200th anniversary of the address to Congress by the Marquis de Lafayette, with his portrait here in the chamber, along with the portrait of George Washington, the only two portraits here in the chamber. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
I seek to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the exemplary service of Raleigh Police Chief Estella Patterson, who recently announced that she will retire next year. Since Chief Patterson joined the Raleigh Police Department in 2021, I'm proud to have worked with her on many issues. She's led the charge to lower crime rates, address gun violence, recognize mental health issues, and more. Chief Patterson offered vital input on my legislation to support women cops, which would incentivize more women to join law enforcement. She has continued to prioritize a police force that represents the community it serves. She also led our community through one of its darkest times, the Hedingham shooting that stole 5 precious lives. Chief Patterson, thank you for all you've done for our community. Good luck in your retirement and your future endeavors. And I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from the great state of Nebraska is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the incredible life and legacy of Nebraska's own Howard Hawks. Howard was a generational leader who lived the American dream, co-founding an energy company called Tenaska. Since founding the company in 1987, he helped grow it to one of the largest privately held companies in America. If anyone knows Howard Hawks, you know that if he got involved in a project, people in a 5-state area knew exactly what was going on, and it would get done. One of his greatest investments was at the University of Nebraska, where he gave both his time and his treasure. He served almost 2 decades as a regent and helped strengthen our Husker athletic program as a booster. And in recent years, he's provided the lead gift that helped build the University of Nebraska Lincoln's Business School. Just another example of his philanthropic projects that he took on throughout the years. Howard will be missed. Our hearts and prayers go out to Rhonda and the entire Hawks family as we mourn his loss. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Chanel Scales Preston for her decades of service to the House of Representatives. Chanel has lived and served in Contra Costa County in Northern California her whole life. Since 2001, she has worked diligently on behalf of district residents. First for my predecessor, Congressman George Miller, who served in this House for 40 years, and now for my office. As our district director, she has helped to lead our efforts in the district to provide outstanding service to constituents. Chanel has shown unwavering devotion to her hometown of Pittsburgh, California, where she resides with her husband, Damon, and her sons, Jaden and Ashton. She has served on the Pittsburgh City Council, serving as mayor and council member since 2018. working tirelessly to foster a strong and diverse community throughout Pittsburgh, California. Chanel was chosen by the voters to serve as the next Contra Costa County Supervisor for District 5, and while I am very sad to see her go from our team, I'm confident that in this role she will continue to be an effective and wonderful leader for our community, for our county, and for our country. It has been a joy to work with Chanel throughout the years, and I'm incredibly grateful and proud for her service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the Cleveland Museum of Natural History ahead of their grand reopening. The Cleveland Museum of Natural History has been teaching people from all over America about the natural world for more than a century and has been a global leader in scientific research, science education, and conservation. The museum serves over 300,000 people each year, including 30,000 students. The museum's collection encompasses approximately 5 million specimens, and its Natural Areas program protects more than 12,000 acres of natural habitats in Northeast Ohio. This week, the opening of the new 50,000 square foot expansion of the Cleveland Museum of Natural History will launch a new era for the museum, which will share science and the wonders of discovery with generations to come. Congratulations on this momentous occasion, and I look forward to the next century of success for the museum. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to bring awareness of the human rights violations in Bangladesh against the minority Hindus. Since 1971, when Bangladesh got its freedom from Pakistan, there has been numerous occasions where minority Hindus have been attacked. More recently, we have seen Hindu priest being arrested and his lawyer was murdered. The crowds of majority have destroyed Hindu temples, Hindu deities, Hindus who are practicing their religion in peace. Time has now come for United States of Congress to act, the US government to act, and this is important whether we use humanitarian issues, economic sanctions, every possible tool in our hands need to be used to ensure that such atrocities in Bangladesh against the Hindus stop right away. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I apologize. I asked the Speaker for 1 minute to address the House with unanimous consent.
Absolutely. Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. I rise today to celebrate the passage of the Bipartisan Disaster Management Cost Modernization Act. This bill is one pillar of my landmark comprehensive legislation to address the worsening wildfire crisis. It transforms our fight against wildfires, moving us from our current reactive approach to a proactive plan to prevent megafires. For too long, we've been playing catch-up with wildfires instead of preventing them. This bill flips the script, cutting red tape so communities like mine could tap into existing disaster funds before those flames threaten our homes. This means communities can rebuild faster, strengthen their defenses, and avoid devastating losses down the road. We know wildfire prevention will cost $6 billion each year, and this proactive approach is more cost-effective, and it is the best way to protect our neighbors, keep our firefighters safe, and speed up help when families need it. The passage of this bill is a major step forward, and I look forward to the full passage of my full wildfire modernization package as soon as possible, now and for the future. Thank you, and I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The House will resume proceedings on the postponed question at a later time. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 8753 as amended.
The clerk will report.
H.R. 8753, a bill to direct the United States Postal Service to designate single, unique zip codes for certain communities and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Colorado.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of my bill, H.R. 8753, to direct the United States Postal Service to designate single, unique zip codes within their system for certain communities throughout the country. While all the communities in this bill typically utilize some sort of zip code already, the ones we are discussing today do not have a zip code that is unique to their city or town in the Postal Service system. And this does have some very serious consequences. Communities that do not have a unique zip code within the Postal Service system often experience associated problems that include loss of economic development, loss of sales tax, unjustifiably high insurance rates, tax remittance and commercial licensing issues, diminished public safety, and reduced emergency response times, identity issues, and efficiency issues. For example, first responders often go to the wrong streets of people needing help, and they're experiencing delays due to these zip code issues that would be addressed by my legislation. It is estimated that the city of Lone Tree in my new district in Colorado is losing about $5 million in sales tax revenue each year because of this zip code issue. H.R. 8753 requires the Postal Service to formally establish unique zip codes for these communities across the nation within their system. This bill is a product of various House members' advocacy for their districts and requires the Postal Service to formally recognize 51 communities within their system. As a sponsor of this bill, I am proud that this bill will help communities in my home state of Colorado, including the communities of Silver Cliff, which really got me passionate about this issue to begin with, Lone Tree, Castle Pines, Centennial, Severance, Greenwood Village, Superior, and Sterling Ranch. The current process allows small towns and cities to petition the Postal Service for a unique zip code, but it is rarely approved, and if it is denied, they cannot appeal this decision for up to 10 years. Congress has intervened on these matters in the past and passed laws enacting 4 unique zip codes throughout the Post Accountability and Enhancement Act of 2006. So there is a precedent for this type of legislation. My bipartisan bill has support of communities and members throughout our great country. And while this may seem like a niche issue to some, it is very and extremely important to these cities and towns who asked to put forward this bill on their behalf. I urge adoption of this bipartisan bill to support small cities and towns throughout America. And Mr. Speaker, with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the distinguished gentlelady, my friend from Colorado, for bringing forward H.R. 8753. This would require the U.S. Postal Service to designate unique zip codes for more than 50 different communities across America. The legislation actually combines multiple bills that have been introduced in this Congress by both Republicans and Democrats that aim to address specific community concerns expressed over a long period of time about disrupted mail delivery, undeliverable and lost mail, and geographic confusion. I commend Representative Boebert for her very creative and undaunted work on this issue, which has been a chronic headache for residents of dozens of small communities across the land. For example, Scotland, Connecticut is a municipality with only 600 addresses, and it's broken up into 6 different zip codes. The town has reported multiple instances of disruptions in mail delivery, including absentee ballots in recent elections. The town has already sought the assistance of the Postal Service, which operates a zip code boundary review process, and even sent an appeal after their initial petition was denied. The process has been protracted and Kafkaesque for them, as well as for other communities covered by Ms. Boebert's legislation. The distinguished gentlelady's bill operates as a last resort for towns to get the resources and the attention that they deserve. So I'm delighted to support this legislation. Congress has designated new zip codes via legislation in the past. I found the Postal Accountability and Enhancement Act, enacted in 2006, which required the designation of unique zip codes for 4 different towns. This one is far more comprehensive. So we are delighted to endorse the legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 45 seconds to the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Kim.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Ms. Boebert, for yielding. I rise in strong support of H.R. 8753, which directs the U.S. Postal Service to designate unique zip codes for certain communities, including North Tustin and my district. North Tustin is a longtime community and census-designated place, but its status as an unincorporated area has caused confusion. So simply put, a unique zip code is common sense, and it will help residents for postal delivery and taxation issues. So I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
We will reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 45 seconds to the gentleman and my good friend from Virginia, Mr. Griffin.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 45 seconds.
Thank you very much. I rise to support this bill. It's an important bill. I represent the community of Fair Lawn, Virginia. Fair Lawn is in Pulaski County, but it has a Radford City zip code. Now, you may say, well, that's not such a big deal, because in most of the 50 states, the cities are within a county. But in Virginia, the cities are completely independent. So all of the tax money at the numerous businesses in Fair Lawn often gets sent mistakenly to the city of Radford, which is completely independent of the county of Pulaski, thus denying Pulaski County or making it a hassle for them to track down the accurate amounts of money that they are supposed to receive on the local part of the Virginia sales tax. Further, this confusion can create other problems. Recently, our area was hit with Hurricane Helene. Pulaski County got its designation early.
The gentleman's time's expired. The gentleman from Colorado.
I yield the gentleman 15 additional seconds.
The gentleman is recognized for 15 seconds.
Hurricane Helene hits. The county of Pulaski is designated a couple of days before the city of Radford for FEMA assistance, and the people of Fair Lawn are told, well, you're not in Pulaski, you're in Radford, you can't get assistance. This is why we need the bill. Yield back.
The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Colorado's 4th Congressional District, Mr. Greg Lopez.
The gentleman from Colorado is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of Congresswoman Boebert's bill. She'll be taking over from my district come the 119th Congress, so it's an honor to be here to support this. You know, for too long, this issue has been plaguing small communities. As a former mayor in Parker, Colorado, I know firsthand the challenges that residents have when they're not able to receive the mail on time, when they're not able to actually get emergency services. I believe that this is a common sense legislation. I'm glad to see that our colleagues are supportive of it. I champion this, and I urge all my colleagues to vote unanimously behind this bill. And with that, I yield back my time.
Does the gentleman from Maryland wish to continue to reserve?
But unless the gentleman from Virginia needed a little more time, he was telling an interesting story. I don't know if he's still here, Mr. Griffith. No, okay, I'll reserve him. Thanks.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 45 seconds to my colleague, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Langworthy.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of my amendment to H.R. 8753 to Ms. Boebert's bill. Very grateful for you bringing this forward. That would designate a new zip code for Pendleton, New York. Pendleton is a growing community that has long been overlooked in our postal infrastructure. Mail delays can cause serious consequences, especially for our seniors relying on timely medication or for local businesses depending on consistent shipping to serve their customers. This simple change would provide and improve the quality of life for Pendleton residents by ensuring reliable access to essential goods and services by mail and providing a distinct geographic identity for our community. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized. Does he wish to continue to reserve?
Will reserve.
The gentleman from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have many colleagues who are excited about this bill, and I would like to yield 45 seconds to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Nels.
Thank you,
The gentleman
Mr.
from
Speaker.
Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Yeah. Today I rise in strong support of H.R. 8753, which directs the United States Postal Service to designate single, unique zip codes for communities across the country that currently do not have one. These communities, including Sargent, Texas, in my district, and others like Summers, Wisconsin, do not have their own unique zip codes and can experience a wide variety of associated problems, including inconsistent postal deliveries, longer emergency response times, loss of economic development, loss of sales tax, just to name a few. This legislation is a simple, essential, and common sense solution to help our cities and towns across the country that currently do not have unique zip codes. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. I yield back.
The gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield a minute and a half to the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Graves.
The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized for 1 minute and a half.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I start on the content of this legislation, I do want to thank the gentlelady from Colorado, the sponsor of this legislation. I want to thank Mr. Chairman Comer, the chair, and I want to thank Mr. Raskin. Thank you all for working together. Now, look, that's about the only nice thing I'm going to say, because I'm frustrated that we're here. Here we have the greatest country in the world, and we can't even figure out how to do zip codes. This is something the post office should just do on their own. The fact that we've got to do legislation to fix this is frustrating. But I do want to thank my friends, because my friends have refused to let the bureaucracy sit here and stew, leave these ridiculous conditions in place, and they've come in and they've proposed a solution on a bipartisan basis, particularly in my in district in South Louisiana. The community of Munson in St. Charles Parish, they've got a mess of a zip code, and so this actually ensures that they're going to have their own zip code. And then, of course, the greatest university in the nation, I'll let it come to mind. That's right, LSU. All of you got it right. Louisiana State University. It's got this broken up, bifurcated zip code system. This bill fixes that as well. So let me say it again. I want to thank my friend from Colorado, Ms. Boebert. I want to thank Mr. Raskin and Chairman Comer. Thank you all for working together. Thank you for fixing these issues. But I'll say it again. Post office should be able to do this on their own. I hate that we have to spend time in Congress doing this whenever this is just red tape that should be able to be fixed on its own. But thank you for not putting up with it. I appreciate y'all's leadership and working together. I urge adoption and yield back.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the gentleman from Louisiana for his very thoughtful, insightful remarks on this. We had the Postmaster General with us yesterday in the Oversight Committee, and we're facing a crisis in lots of parts of the country in terms of undelivered mail, late mail, inefficient delivery taking place. In the meantime, the costs are going up and up. And so there's a lot of work that needs to be done in the post office. The post office is really the only federal department that is defined by the Constitution itself. It's in Article 1 of the Constitution, and the Post Office created the National Transportation Network, the postal roads. It created the National Information Network. Benjamin Franklin was the first Postmaster General. We've got to bring the Post Office back to a point where we can rely on it to do the basic things that are so essential to our economy and to our society. And one of them is lining up the zip codes properly. So again, I want to thank the distinguished gentlelady from Colorado for her initiative, which is truly bipartisan, to loop together all of the communities that have been very frustrated and disappointed in this process, to say that Congress will indeed act. And I'll reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield my time, myself, as much time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I do associate with my remarks with the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Graves. This is a very frustrating thing that we have to be in Congress debating and issuing legislation on. I'm so proud to be here and have a part in that. But this is something that should have been done. Many of these cities, many of these communities have requested the United States Postal Service to give them a unique zip code, and they have been denied. This started for me with the town of Silver Cliff in Colorado. It is one of the most beautiful towns right next to Westcliff, Colorado, in Custer County. And in my first term, I represented Custer County before redistricting, and they were taken away from me. But this was one of the very first issues that I learned of as their representative. And it was not the first time this issue was brought to a member of Congress. 2 members of Congress prior to me had heard about this issue, had legislation on this issue, and the legislation did not go forward. In the Oversight Committee, we do have jurisdiction over the United States Postal Service, and I am so grateful for Chairman Comer and Ranking Member Jamie Raskin, who have worked so diligently alongside of me to get this legislation through committee with complete and full support of every member on this legislation. And now I'm looking forward to this bipartisan legislation passing the House, going to the Senate, and hopefully being signed into law. I want to thank Senator Bennett for also being passionate about the cities who need unique zip codes in Colorado. But hopefully we don't need legislation in the future to designate these zip codes, to get the people what they deserve. And hopefully this sets a precedence for the United States Postal Service to approve these communities' requests, and it won't take an act of Congress to do the right thing. Madam Speaker, I yield.
Does the gentlewoman yield or reserve?
Does the gentlewoman reserve?
Oh, sorry. Yes. Reserve, thank you.
The gentlewoman reserves.
We reserve.
Madam Speaker.
Oh, the gentlewoman from from Wyoming, is it? Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Harriet Hageman.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 8753 to designate single, unique zip codes for communities across the United States. Madam Speaker, communities lacking a unique zip code often experience a host of issues that extend beyond just the delivery of mail and can impact everything from economic development to emergency response. This is no exception for the community of Mills, Wyoming, whose existing designation has caused issues with residential mail delivery, loss of property tax revenue and franchise fees, and incorrect census accounts. Each of these issues poses significant challenges for Mills as it continues to grow, develop, and attract new residents across Wyoming and beyond. Passage of this bill will go a long way to correct this oversight, not only for Mills, but for other communities nationwide. I am grateful to the City of Mills and their advocacy on this legislation, and am proud to be one of its co-sponsors. I would like to also mirror what Representative Boebert was saying about the importance of mail delivery in our communities. Coming from the least populated state in the nation and one of the largest land-wise, I can assure you that having consistent and reliable mail delivery is absolutely critically important, not only for the delivery of medication to our veterans, but to make sure that we are able to comply with a variety of laws. I want to thank Representative Boebert and Chairman Comer for their leadership on this critically important issue and support this legislation to resolve these issues for my constituents in Mills. I urge all of my colleagues to support H.R. 8753, and with that, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields.
Madam Chair, I reserve.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
And we reserve.
The gentleman reserves.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I just want to thank everyone once again, all of the co-sponsors, all of my colleagues who have supported this legislation. Again, Ranking Member Raskin, Chairman Comer, this has been an amazing effort that we have come together to designate these unique zip codes, to recognize these cities. And I want the people to understand we know that there are more cities and towns throughout each and every state that are facing this issue, and hopefully the United States Postal Service will do the right thing in the future once they see what we can do by passing a bill like H.R. 8753 and providing these cities and towns with the identity that they deserve. Madam Speaker, I do yield.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, and I'll yield myself such time as I may consume in closing. And I understand we have a few moments before our friends arrive for the next discussion. Is this right? I want to again commend the distinguished and passionate gentlelady from Colorado for her really creative work on this legislation. And I know it means a lot to thousands and thousands of people across the country. It's going to make people's lives a lot simpler. The post office should be something that facilitates our work in small business, our work sending out bills or checks and receiving them, and the post office should not be something that gets in the way. And this legislation will definitely ameliorate a problem that exists, and we hope will facilitate life, commerce, and social action taking place in lots of parts of the country. This also gives me the opportunity to thank my colleague for engaging in this legislative endeavor in a totally bipartisan way. We live in a time where partisan feelings are intense and ferocious, and of course, that's not historically novel. There have been partisan tempers flaring basically since the Federalists and the Democratic Republicans went at it back in the election of 1800. I suppose George Washington was the last president who actually won a unanimous verdict in the Electoral College. He got all the Electoral College votes. Everybody loved Washington. And after that, we formed political parties. And there's nothing evil about political parties. The alternative to having political parties, I suppose, is a one-party system. Something like is developed in China with the Communist Party there, or in Russia under Vladimir Putin, or what Orban is working on with illiberal democracy in Hungary. There's an easy way to get rid of partisanship if partisanship is the problem, and that's you get rid of political parties. But we can't do that because political parties are a sign of health in a society, because people have different views about things, and political parties are a great way to articulate different agendas and programs, bring them to the electorate, bring them to the voters, and to express conflict in a civil and nonviolent way. The problem, of course, is when we elevate our devotion to party above our devotion to the Constitution and the Bill of Rights and the country as a whole. All of us who aspire and attain to public office are nothing but the servants of the people, all the people. We might get elected with a little R next to our name, or a little D next to our name, or an I next to our name, but once we swear our oath of office, we are there to uphold the Constitution for everyone, and we're there to serve all of the people. That's our job. And you say, well, that sounds romantic, that sounds idealistic. Actually, that's how we conduct most of our lives as politicians. If you come to my district office out in beautiful Rockville, Maryland, in the beautiful 8th Congressional District, you have a problem, let's say, with Social Security or Medicare or Medicaid or the post office or PPP loans, whatever it is, and we will go to bat for you. We will go to work for you to help you navigate the twists and turns of the public system and federal bureaucracy. We never ask, are you a Democrat? Are you a Republican? Are you an independent? If you're my constituent, we will go to bat for you. And I know that's true of my friend from Colorado, too. She's there to serve everybody. Republicans, Democrats, independents, others, people who hate all the political parties. All of those people are Americans and deserve the programs and the services of the government at the very least, and certainly all of the rights and the freedoms that they're entitled to as Americans under the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. And we have the honor and the privilege to serve the people, to serve all America, and to serve the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. We are not the masters of the people. Anybody who occupies public office, no matter how high, no matter how low, is nothing but the servant of the people. And that's why the founders created a system where if people begin to act like kings and queens and lords over the people, that's when we throw them out through elections, or we evict, we eject, we reject, we impeach, we convict if we've got to do that. But the Constitution has an electoral system to keep the process moving. All of us are just servants of the people. And just like we're there to serve the people, the federal departments we set up, like the post office, which I think still, even with all the problems, is our most popular federal function, with hundreds of thousands of hardworking, devoted people working in the post office. All of them work for the government, work for the Congress, which works for the people. The three most important words in our Constitution are the three most important words in our country. We the people. We the people. And we reject every form of despotism and dictatorship, anybody who would try to overthrow rule by the people. So, in this bill, which may be deceptively simple and may apply only to tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people in the country, what we see is democratic representative government in action. And when we're trying to live up to our oaths, we can act in a bipartisan way. We can remember where the word party comes from. It comes from the French word parti, which means a part. Each of our parties is nothing but a part of the whole. And when we're doing our jobs right, as Ms. Boebert is today, then we are acting in the interests of the whole without regard to political party or sect. So I'm proud to be part of this legislation. I'm proud to support it. And I'm very hopeful that our friends in the Senate will pick it up quickly and we can move it through this Congress. And with that, I'm happy to yield back, Madam Speaker.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 8753 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 9716.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 700, H.R. 9716, a bill to amend the Congressional Budget and Impoundment Control Act of 1974 to require the Congressional Budget Office to provide baseline updates and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Moore, and the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Boyle, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Utah.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 9716.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume. I rise today in support. Thank you. I rise support today of my bill, the Increasing Baseline Updates Act. I would like to thank my colleague from New York, Congressman Tom Suozzi, for co-leading this effort. The Increasing Baseline Updates Act would require CBO to produce at least 2 baseline updates per year, including at least 1 with economic data. Currently, under the Budget Act, CBO is required to publish its baseline before February 15th of each year, but a specific number of baseline updates is not statutorily required. As a result, in recent years, CBO has not published updates to the baseline later in the calendar year. The last time CBO published a baseline update after July was in 2020. And the office has not published 3 baseline updates in a calendar year since 2019. By requiring these 2 additional baseline updates each year, the Increasing Baselines Update Act will ensure Congress has updated information on the most relevant budget and economic figures to better inform the appropriations process and other legislative proposals we consider later in any given calendar year. The bill also ensures CBO will receive the relevant technical data from the executive branch by February 1st of each year, so CBO can complete their baseline in a timely manner. I was proud that this bill unanimously passed the Budget Committee this past September with help of ranking member from Pennsylvania. During the 118th Congress, the Budget Committee has been laser-focused on sounding the alarm about the threat posed to our nation by the debt and deficit crisis in which we find ourselves. This has included bipartisan efforts with our Democratic colleagues on reforms to bolster improper payment accountability, improve the budget process, and shore up our long-term fiscal solvency. Critical to our efforts to rein in the federal debt and deficit is providing oversight of CBO to ensure this office is providing Congress the most accurate and timely information possible to inform legislative efforts. There is a sincere desire in a bipartisan way to get after the fiscal state of this nation, and we've seen several proposals emerge, not all of them having passed, but a lot that's been worked on together with my Democratic colleagues on the Budget Committee to accomplish things to improve this process. And that's what the Increasing Baseline Updates Act aims to accomplish. We know we have a lot more work to do. We're $36 trillion in debt and a staggering $1.8 trillion deficit last fiscal year. We're paying more just to service the debt than on our national defense for the first time. It's unacceptable, and we must reverse our debt culture. I look forward to working with my colleagues in the new Congress on efforts to grow the economy, cut spending, and eliminate waste, fraud, and abuse in the federal government. The Increasing Baseline Updates Act is a common-sense reform solidifying a total of 3 baseline updates per year to provide Congress with better and more up-to-date sense of fiscal and economic developments, while paving the way for a return to regular order. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 9716, the Increasing Baseline Updates Act, a bipartisan measure to ensure Congress has the accurate and timely information we need to govern responsibly. This bill is fairly straightforward. It requires the Congressional Budget Office, or CBO, to provide at least 2 updates to its annual budget baseline each year, with 1 update including the underlying economic data. It also enables the President and ensures that the President would submit technical budget data to Congress by February 1st, giving the CBO the tools it needs to fulfill its critical role. CBO's baseline projections are the foundation for evaluating proposed policies. They're the measuring stick for determining how legislation will impact our budget and economy. Regular updates ensure we aren't working with outdated information. Let me emphasize something else. The CBO is nonpartisan. Its mission is not Democratic nor Republican. It is simply to provide Congress with unbiased, fact-based analysis. For decades, indeed 50 years to be exact, it has done an outstanding job, consistently delivering reliable and transparent baseline updates. But we cannot ignore the fact that some on the other side of the aisle are working to undermine this institution. Madam Speaker, the numbers don't lie. We may not like CBO reports from time to time, but the numbers are the numbers. Instead of facing these facts, some instead would rather attack the messenger. That's wrong, and we can't let that happen. CBO's credibility and independence are essential. It must be able to continue to operate free from political interference. Now, this bill highlights what we can achieve when we work together. And on the Budget Committee this year, working alongside with my friend Chairman Arrington, we have had unprecedented support from the minority party to make sure we could achieve bipartisan reforms. This bill is further evidence of that. Through real bipartisan collaboration, we found a solution. That's why every single member of the Budget Committee, all 32 of us, voted to advance the gentleman from Utah's bill. I want to thank my colleague, Mr. Moore, for introducing this bill. I again want to thank my Republican colleagues, especially Mr. Arrington, Estes, and Norman, for working with us. And I would also like to thank my Democratic colleague, Congressman Tom Suozzi, for his contributions to this effort. I urge all of my colleagues to support H.R. 9716, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Utah is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I include in the record letters and statements of support from various organizations and individuals as part of H.R. 9716, and these include the Economic Policy Innovation Center and National Taxpayer Union Foundation.
Without objection.
Thank you. And I have no more speakers at this time, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves.
Madam Speaker, I also reserve. I do believe, though, that we were waiting for one other speaker, but seeing that he's not here, we would be prepared to close as well.
The gentleman is recognized to close.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, as we conclude this brief discussion, I want to take a moment to thank again everyone who worked tirelessly to make this bill a reality. Once again, extend my gratitude to my colleague, Mr. Moore, from Utah. And I urge all of my colleagues to support this important legislation. And again, let this be a lesson to all of us that through bipartisan work, we can achieve meaningful reforms. And I hope that in the new year, we'll continue to build upon the bills that we passed through this committee and through this House on a bipartisan basis. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Utah is recognized.
Madam Speaker, thank you, and I yield myself as much time as I may consume as we close this debate, even if it might have been a little more abrupt than assuming. It doesn't take away from the impact of something like this. And that's what happens in this place, is when we can strike a balance and find an opportunity to both recognize both the ranking member and the chairman on the Budget Committee. That's where a lot of this work on budget reform has been done. And it has taken countless discussions and getting to the right spot. And that's the product that we have here today. Sensible, reasonable reforms that are needed. And we're going to get an opportunity to hear from CBO more frequently as we try to continue to navigate this incredibly difficult fiscal situation that we're in. We're in a tough spot. The Budget Committee held another hearing just this morning on this very subject. We have a responsibility to our constituents and our kids' generation to get our finances in check. And this bill will help Congress get back to regular order and ensure we have updated information and the most relevant budget data and economic figures as we continue to craft policy. I once again thank the committee for its unanimous support on this bill. Again, in order to get to that unanimous support, Ranking Member Boyle is a significant leader in doing that, and I thank him and Mr. Suozzi for the efforts on this bill, and I urge my colleagues to support its passage, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 9716? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. After sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the Chair.
The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1612, I call up H.R. 5009 with the Senate amendment thereto, and I have a motion at the desk.
The clerk will report the title of the bill, designate the Senate amendment, and report the motion.
H.R. 5009, an act to reauthorize wildlife habitat and conservation programs and for other purposes. Senate amendment. Mr. Rogers of Alabama moves that the House concur in the Senate amendment to the bill H.R. 5009 with an amendment consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 118-52.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1612, the motion shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Armed Services or their respective designees. The gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Rogers, and the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Smith, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Alabama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the House amendment to the Senate amendment to H.R. 5009, and that I may include tabular material on the same.
Without objection. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of H.R. 5009. For the first time in decades, this year's defense bill carries a different name. It's the Service Member Quality of Life Improvement and National Defense Authorization Act. We did that to underscore the tremendous gains this bill makes toward improving the quality of life of our service members and their families. No service member should have to live in squalid conditions. No military family should have to rely on food stamps to feed their children. And no one serving in the military should have to wait to see a doctor. But that's exactly what many of our service members are experiencing, especially junior enlisted personnel. This bill goes a long way to fixing that. It includes a 15% pay raise for the junior enlisted. It expands allowances for housing and food. The bill significantly increases funding to improve existing barracks and build new ones. It encourages the services to pursue public-private partnerships to provide better unaccompanied housing. The bill reduces dangerous health care wait times by waiving referral requirements for specialty care and expanding the number of DoD doctors and nurses with new special recruitment and pay incentives. The bill improves access to child care for military families by increasing investment in DoD child care centers and fully funding child care fee assistance programs. The bill helps military spouses gain and retain employment by making it easier for them to transfer professional licenses between states. We are making these historic improvements in the quality of life of our service members because now, more than ever, we need to recruit and retain the best and the brightest. That's because the threats our nation faces, especially those from China, are more complex now than they have been in over 40 years. To deter these threats, the FY25 NDAA reforms acquisition authorities and fosters private sector innovation to speed the fielding of game-changing new technologies that will give us the advantage in a conflict with China. It strengthens our security partnerships with Taiwan and our Pacific allies, fully funds the modernization of our nuclear deterrent, protects U.S. military bases and defense supply chain, and the academic research from Chinese espionage. Builds the logistics networks in the Pacific the military needs to carry out our operations against China. And it includes new investments to retool and revitalize the industrial base to ensure it can deliver the systems we need to prevail in any conflict. In the face of growing threats from China, it is also critical we restore the military's focus on lethality. The FY25 NDAA does so by ending divisive policies that have hurt recruiting, unit cohesion, and military readiness. We all know that deterring these threats will be an expensive endeavor. That's why this bill includes over $30 billion in savings from cutting systems that can't survive in a conflict with China, and by reining in programs like the F-35 that are not delivering on existing requirements. Mr. Speaker, this is a good bill, a fair compromise that will go a long way to ensure our nation can successfully deter and defeat any adversary, and I urge all members to support the bill, and with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself 5 minutes.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank Chairman Rogers for his outstanding leadership of the committee this year and in past years. He's done a great job of setting an example for bipartisan leadership in working this process all the way through to produce the product that we have before us today. I also want to thank the members of the House Committee, both Republicans and Democrats, and all of the staff. We have a very focused spirit on that committee that says we're not going to focus on partisanship. We're going to focus on getting the job done and getting the bill done. Second, I think this process has been really good. We went through the normal process of hearing the bill in committee, all kinds of amendments and debates that lasted a while. We did the same thing in the Rules Committee. We went to conference, and we produced what is an outstanding product in many, many respects, and the chairman highlighted some of them. But the priorities that we have, number one, is trying to make sure that we can recruit the best and the brightest to serve in our military, and crucially, that we support them. And I think the chairman did a great job of describing what is the best part of this bill this year, and that is the result of our commission, or task force, I guess, that we formed on quality of life in the military, ably led by Don Bacon on the Republican side and Chrissy Houlihan on our side, to produce a whole lot of the programs that the chairman mentioned are in there. That's crucially important. We also have a couple of major problems in meeting our national security needs on production of the munitions and crucial equipment that we need. This bill attempts to address that, to expand our capacity to meet that need and to meet other needs. We also need our partners and allies. There are a number of provisions in this bill that strengthen those alliances on things like AUKUS, the European Defense Initiative, the Indo-Pacific Defense Initiative. We do a great job of that. And lastly is the big issue on technology, making the Pentagon get better at quickly buying the innovative new technologies, particularly software, that we need to succeed. And overall, that package is terrific. There is one problem, and that is that a political partisan wedge issue was insisted on being included in this bill at the insistence of Republican leadership, not of the Armed Services Committee. And I think it's really problematic. The language seems somewhat benign. It basically says that minors experiencing gender dysphoria will not be allowed to receive any care that could lead to sterilization. And the problem is this is denying health care to minors who clearly need it. And the could language is very problematic because, as we all know, anyone who's watched the last 15 seconds of any pharmaceutical ad, if you take any medical treatment, a lot of bad things could happen. And the medical profession is always very careful about explaining all of those things to you. This could restrict the ability of minors experiencing gender dysphoria, access to puberty blockers, access to hormone treatment therapy, access to critical care that they need, and for no good reason. Now look, there is a reasonable question about what care should minors receive in this area. And we had floated the idea that if you want to look at this, if you want to ask the medical profession, what do you think? You know, what did the studies tell you about when this care is appropriate? But we didn't do that. We have an outright ban on care that undoubtedly is saving lives of minors experiencing gender dysphoria and the anxiety and depression and suicidal thoughts that come with that. Just today, I got a phone call from a constituent, daughter now 19, who was the parents were in the military service. She received this type of care when she was 10, 12, 11, 13 years old. She believes that it saved her life. We're now going to deny that care. And let me tell you that treatments for minors with anxiety and depression are very controversial, not just in the trans community. It's the trans community that we choose to focus on for partisan political reasons. I have concerns, having gone through an anxiety problem myself, with the number of antidepressants and anti-anxiety medication that are prescribed to minors. I think in some instances it is overprescribed and too quickly. But the other thing I know is that there are some minors who benefit enormously from that treatment. And I would never in a million years present a piece of legislation outright banning that treatment from any minor. And yet that's what we do here. We are doing it because of ignorant, bigoted reasons against the trans community. The medical profession has no dispute that in some instances, this treatment is crucial to the health and well-being of our children, and we are now denying that to the children of service members. I think that is problematic, and I hope we will rethink it and remove that from this bill because it taints an otherwise excellent piece of legislation. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The chair will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, messages from the President of the United States.
Mr. Speaker,
Madam Secretary.
I am directed by the President of the United States to deliver to the House of Representatives messages in writing.
Thank you. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This time I'd like to yield 2 minutes to my friend and colleague from Nebraska, Mr. Bacon, who chaired the task force and worked hand in hand with Representative Houlihan from Pennsylvania in fashioning the 32 recommendations for the quality of life improvements that are embedded in this bill. Mr. Bacon of Nebraska.
Gentleman from Nebraska is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of the Service Member Quality of Life and National Defense Authorization Act. The 2025 NDAA prioritizes the service members and military families who protect and defend the United States by making their quality of life the cornerstone of this legislation. I had the honor of serving as the chairman of the committee's bipartisan military quality of life panel side by side with my friend, Ranking Member Houlihan, and other distinguished members of this committee. I want to thank Chairman Rogers and Ranking Member Smith for their support of our efforts and for their deep commitment to improving the quality of life for the men, women, and families who serve. As a result of these tireless efforts of our members, the professional staff, and our personal staff, the legislation before us delivers the most comprehensive military quality of life reforms in the history of this country. It includes a 14.5% pay raise for our junior enlisted members, a 4.5% pay raise for the rest of the force, improvements to the basic needs allowance and cost of living allowances, the improvements to unaccompanied military family housing, and far-reaching reforms to expand access to medical care, child care, and improve support to military spouses. In addition, this year I was able to serve as the chairman of the Cyber and Innovation Subcommittee. The 2025 NDAA advances the DoD's offensive and defensive posture in cyberspace and ensures our warfighters are equipped with the most modern and lethal technologies in the world. I am grateful that several of my provisions were included in the final legislation, including the elevation of the Joint Force Headquarters Department of Defense Information Networks to a sub-unified command within the U.S. Cyber Command, and the establishment of the Department of Defense Hackathon program. In addition, this bill includes needed hiring authorities for DoD's innovation enterprise to include DARPA, DIU, SEO, SDA, which will ensure that the Department of Defense has access to the best and brightest technical talent. The 2025 NDA is a strong defense bill that prioritizes our national security and all of those men and women who serve and their families. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm now pleased to yield 2 minutes to the ranking member of the HASC panel on quality of life, Ms. Houlihan of Pennsylvania.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ranking Member, and to Chairman Rogers and to Ranking Member Smith. Thank you both for your leadership and clear vision for our committee, which has guided our national security and collective defense. This Congress, I had the privilege of serving as the ranking member of our military quality of life panel alongside my dear friend and Republican colleague, Rep. Don Bacon of Nebraska. The bill before us today, including more than 20 provisions from that quality of life panel, is truly a testament to what this body can accomplish when we come together and when we do hard work together. From inadequate pay and substandard housing conditions to food insecurity and long wait times for essential services, our panel's findings make it clear that we still have a lot of work to do to ensure that our military families survive and thrive. I'm very pleased that the fiscal year NDAA includes a 14.5% pay raise for most junior enlisted, a 4.5% pay raise for all service members, and this increase is critical for us to retain our all-volunteer enlisted forces and maximize the investments we've made in them. It also includes key health care provisions like no-cost contraception and my bill, the Moms Who Serve Act, which is the largest investment in maternal health in the DoD's history. It requires the DoD to fully fund overdue maintenance for our housing and fee assistance for childcare so that no family is turned away. It ensures that our spouses have the support that they need to ensure pathways to employment and transfer licenses for careers when they move. This is the most consequential and important piece of legislation of the entire 118th Congress. And with this bill in law, our nation will be more secure, our servicemen and women more resolved to face the global challenges of tomorrow. But I would be remiss if I closed without noting my severe disappointment in those colleagues who chose to sully this bill with political culture wars that will impact the health care of minors. This is not what we were tasked to do, and I urge us to remain focused and of service. Young America, the next generation of our all-volunteer force, and their families are watching, and our national security depends on it. Thank you, and I yield back.
Yields. Gentleman from Washington reserves. Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This time I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the chairman of the Intelligence and Special Operations Subcommittee, Mr. Bergman of Michigan.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2025. I would like to thank Chairman Rogers and Ranking Member Smith for their leadership in bringing this critical piece of bipartisan legislation for the national security of our nation to the floor for the 64th consecutive year. This bill continues to provide resources and capabilities to counter our nation's #1 threat, China. The bill accomplishes this by ensuring the Defense Intelligence Enterprise, the Defense Security Cooperation Agency, and our Special Operations Forces have the tools required to execute the Department's efforts in strategic competition and in countering malign Chinese actions. This NDA requires the Secretary of Defense to develop a methodology to ensure strategic competition, that it is part of force sizing analysis, enhances intelligence and counterintelligence capabilities, requires more frequent biodefense posture reviews to ensure that we can defeat and prevent biothreats, and authorizes the Taiwan Security Cooperation Initiative to enable Taiwan to maintain self-defense capabilities. This is a critically important bill, and I urge all my colleagues to support it. With that, I yield back.
Chairman yields.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Alabama reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm now pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Courtney, the ranking member on the Sea Power Subcommittee.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as ranking member of Sea Power, I want to thank its members, all of its members, for their input crafting this year's National Defense Authorization Act. I also want to salute my friend and outstanding chairman of the subcommittee, Trent Kelly, for his work crafting our bipartisan mark. I have a larger written statement which details our work, which I will submit for the record, and use my time today on the issue which consumed the bulk of our time, namely the Virginia-class attack submarine program. Mr. Speaker, the U.S. attack submarine fleet stands as our unmatched strategic advantage against any adversary across the globe. There is overwhelming consensus in Congress, Navy, and industry that we need to expand output for our own fleet and to satisfy our nation's commitments to the AUKUS security agreement. Despite the slowdown caused by COVID, there are promising signs of industry's recovery. In 2024, the Navy commissioned USS New Jersey, the 23rd Virginia sub, and will receive delivery of USS Iowa next week. Next year, the Navy will take delivery of USS Massachusetts and Idaho, the 25th and 26th boats in the class. This bill recognizes this progress and rejects the Navy's woefully inadequate budget requests, which would undermine procurement stability that is essential to growing the program's supply chain. Simply put, to meet our strategic goals, we have no other choice than to move forward with a strong demand signal. Final language in this bill uses incremental authority to fund a second Virginia submarine and provides additional authorities that will allow shipyards to boost wages, a critical step to increase recruitment and retention among the metal trades workforce. This is not pie in the sky. Indeed, just last month, OMB and the Navy belatedly acknowledged our committee's stance and sent over a supplemental request to Congress of nearly $6 billion for the Virginia-class submarine program. It is our hope that with this bill and the supplemental request, Navy and industry can achieve even higher production cadence and execute the long overdue next block contract for the program. This bill truly carries out our constitutional duty in Article 1, Section 8 to, quote, provide and maintain the Navy. I want to thank our subcommittee staff, Phil McNaughton, Ian Bennett, Kelly Goggins, Kyle Noyes, and Ethan Pellissier for their work in crafting this project. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Washington reserves. Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This time I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the chairman of the Sea Power and Projection Forces Subcommittee, Mr. Kelly of Mississippi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of H.R. 5009, the Service Member Quality of Life Improvement and National Defense Authorization Act of 25. This legislation is crucial for enhancing our national security, improving the quality of life of our service members, and ensuring the readiness of our armed forces. I want to thank Chairman Rogers, Ranking Member Smith, and my good friend, Ranking Member Joe Courtney, and the members of the Sea Power and Projection Forces Subcommittee for their dedication. Your commitment is crucial to the maintaining the strength and maritime superiority of America's Navy. Today, we face significant threats from adversaries that seek to disrupt global peace, including China's military expansion and coercive tactics that pose a direct threat to the stability and security in the Indo-Pacific region. To counter this threat, we need to maintain the strongest and the most formidable naval and projection forces on the planet. This legislation addresses these concerns directly and provides authority to incrementally fund construction of a second Virginia-class submarine in FY25, reinforcing the undersea dominance and providing critical strategic deterrence. Additionally, it supports 6 battle force ships, invests in the shipyard industrial base, and demands consistency in the Navy's 30-year shipbuilding plan, allowing industry to invest with confidence. Importantly, this bill meets the congressionally mandated floor of 31 amphibious ships and authorizes funding for domestic new build sea lift program. I'm proud to say it recognizes the critical role of National Guard and reserves. It strengthens their readiness through expanded training opportunities and equipment modernization, ensuring they remain capable and responsible both at home and abroad. I'm really proud that it gives a 14.5% pay raise to our junior enlisted who are in dire need of this, and 4.5% for all others. It also authorizes substantial funding to tackle housing maintenance, construct new housing units, and to renovate barracks. I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman is recognized. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am now pleased to yield 2 minutes to the ranking member of the HASC Subcommittee on Tactical Air and Land Forces, Mr. Norcross of New Jersey.
Thank you for yielding. And to Chairman Rogers and Ranking Member Smith, thank you for your continued leadership in bringing this bill to the floor. And certainly to the members of the subcommittee. Mr. Speaker, this bill contains the long, proud tradition of bipartisan work by the Subcommittee on Tactical Air and Land, and is the result of a commitment to work together to find the best solution to manage the nation's military. I especially want to thank Chairman Mr. Rob Whitman and his staff for their support in building this strong bipartisan bill. Mr. Speaker, this bill carefully addresses affordability, achievability, and the current and future modernization requirements. At the same time, it continues the oversight necessary to ensure responsible execution of these programs, including the tactical aircraft programs, the ISR, which is the intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance aircraft, and the oversight of the services of force design, strategies, and modernization priorities. This bill also includes subcommittee multi-year effort to manage the largest acquisition program in the history of the department, the F-35 Joint Strike Fighter. In this bill, it provides strong legislative mandates to ensure the department and its industrial partners deliver an aircraft the services are paying for, the TR-3 Block 4 version of the F-35. Critically important is that we started 5 years ago to buy down and modernize the safety and the risk in our munitions industrial base. In addition, it provides that much needed support to our war fighters, 14.5% pay raise. And I certainly want to take a moment to thank our service members who've been instrumental in bringing this to the floor. Jay Valerio, Dave Silacki, Heath Pope, and Michael Kirkland. I also like to thank my staff, Sam DeVito and Robin Dickey. But unfortunately, despite all the bipartisan achievements, after 64 years, we're deciding to jam into it a partisan wedge. Sad to see these political games, and with that, I yield back.
Chairman yields. Gentleman from Washington reserves. Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the chairman of the Strategic Forces Subcommittee, Mr. Lamburn of Colorado.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Rogers. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong favor of the fiscal year 2025 National Defense Authorization Act. This bill makes long overdue improvements for the well-being of our service members, as well as underwriting our national defense at a time when we face a tumultuous global security environment. It has been my honor to serve as chairman of the Strategic Forces Subcommittee, which oversees our nation's nuclear enterprise, missile defense forces, and national defense space capabilities. I am pleased that my subcommittee continued the tradition of bipartisan work, and I would like to thank Ranking Member Seth Moulton for his partnership. Mr. Speaker, our nuclear deterrent is the foundation of our national security. This bill fully funds the modernization of our nuclear triad, including key investments in submarine construction, developing the nuclear sea-launched cruise missile, and maintaining adequate numbers of intercontinental ballistic missiles, all to keep pace with growing Chinese and Russian nuclear threats. This bill also authorizes important resources to restore nuclear production infrastructure maintained by the National Nuclear Security Administration. This year, the actions of our enemies revealed the importance of having strong integrated missile defense capabilities. To that end, this bill reverses the damaging Biden administration's decision to cease production of the Standard Missile-3 Block 1B. This very missile saved countless lives when Iran twice attacked Israel with massive ballistic missile salvos. Mr. Speaker, this marks the last time I will have the opportunity to speak in favor of this critical legislation. It has been my honor to represent Colorado's 5th District throughout my 9 terms in Congress. I want to thank Chairman Rogers and Ranking Member Smith for their leadership, and I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this important legislation. I yield back the balance of my time.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to yield 1 minute to the chairman of the House Equality Caucus, Mr. Pocan of Wisconsin.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, and thank you for yielding. There are plenty of reasons to support pay increases for military personnel, but oppose the bloated $895 billion defense budget. My hope is that the DOGE Commission will seriously scrutinize the Pentagon budget, which has failed 7 audits in a row, if it is to be taken seriously. But today I speak out to oppose the NDAA due to the GOP leadership's insistence on inserting right-wing extremist dogma over national defense. Taking away health care for trans kids and not expanding access to fertility treatments like IVF for wanting families are 2 examples. Big brother, big government attacks like those just don't belong in this bill. If we ignore extremism now, the next time there'll be another group attacked and then another and another until eventually no one will be left to defend you when you need it. Bullies and extremists rarely stop unless stood up to. Stand up for military families' abilities to make their own health care decisions, not what extremist MAGA big government wants. The fight of some today could be your fight tomorrow. Vote no on extremism, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This time I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia, the chairman of the Tactical Air Land Subcommittee, Mr. Whitman.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the chairman for his leadership, thank him for yielding, thank the ranking member, too, for the incredible work that they've done in a bipartisan way. As this year ends, we face a tired and turbulent world in dire need of leadership, vision, and strength. But Americans should celebrate that there is good reason to be hopeful about the future. Russian forces are debilitated, and an elimination of the Syrian dictatorship dealt a blow to Iranian influence in the Middle East. A crucial win for our ally, Israel. But make no mistake, our national security pacing threat remains China and their drive to challenge the world order. A world order is the bedrock of our economic prosperity, has not in any way, shape, or form waned. We cannot afford to project weakness. We must not tolerate China's rising aggression. This bill reinforces our national security priorities while taking care of our service members. For example, the NDAA extends the Pacific Deterrence Initiative and expands prohibitions from DoD contracting with Chinese civil military companies. It retains needed aircraft needed to deter potential Chinese conflict. It also accelerates urgent reform in the Joint Strike Fighter program to drive efficiencies and provide a generational 14.5% pay increase for our military's junior enlisted. I'm pleased with these outcomes, and they are imperative to maintaining an operationally effective and strategically relevant force. I also want to thank Ranking Member Don Norcross, who has been an incredible leader, and we've worked in a bipartisan way. He's a great teammate in these efforts and equally values our goals to deter future conflict. In conclusion, I believe in the old Roman adage, pray for peace and prepare for war. It is as relevant today as it was almost 2,000 years ago. I intend, therefore, to support the National Defense Authorization Act and believe its passage is essential to our national security. I thank Chairman Rogers for his leadership in delivering this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
I reserve. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am now pleased to yield 1 minute to the Ranking Member of the House Equality Caucus and a member of the House Armed Services Committee, Ms. Jacobs of California.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Ranking Member Smith. I am so proud to represent San Diego, the largest military community in the country that's home to over 118,000 service members and their families. So I know firsthand the recent challenges to recruit and retain service members in every military branch. In my community, there are so many ships that are understaffed because there just aren't enough service members. And too many people aren't joining or aren't staying in the military or even recommending it as a career path to their relatives because they can't afford childcare, safe housing, or to put food on the table. I'm so proud of everything we were able to get into this bill to address these challenges, but we shouldn't do anything that undermines our military recruitment, retention, and readiness. Restricting healthcare access, whether it's removing my bipartisan and bicameral provision for IVF coverage or gender-affirming care ban for dependents, does exactly that. Our priority should be supporting our service members and military families who sacrifice so much for us, not making their lives any harder. And that's why, sadly, I will have to vote against this year's NDAA, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This time I'd like to yield 1 minute to my friend and colleague from Florida, Mr. Jimenez.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 5009. This NDAA ensures that the United States military remains the strongest in the world. Weak policies from this administration have invited America's enemies to our doorstep. Communist China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran are actively undermining our nation around the world and are working with the regimes in Cuba, Venezuela, and Nicaragua to gain a foothold in our hemisphere. This package allows us to meet the challenges ahead. I am pleased that the NDAA includes funding for new innovative technologies to better deter Putin and the CCP. We will strengthen our efforts domestically to protect our borders by building a new state-of-the-art joint agency task force south in Key West, which happens to be in my district. I strongly urge all of my colleagues to vote in favor of this NDAA so that we can continue to deter our enemies, safeguard our nation, and provide for our servicemen and women. Thank you, and I yield back.
I reserve. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I reserve at this time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Alabama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd like to yield 1 minute to my friend and colleague from the Alabama delegation and also a great member of the Armed Services Committee, Mr. Strong.
Thank you, Chairman Rogers. I rise today in support of the National Defense Authorization Act and to thank Chairman Mike Rogers for his leadership. The district I represent is home to Rocket City, USA, Redstone Arsenal, hundreds of service members, thousands of civilians, contractors, military retirees, and their families. This year's NDAA supports the warfighter, counters aggression imposed by the CCP, Russia, Iran, and authorizes a much-needed pay raise for our men and women in uniform with a special focus on our junior enlisted service members. In the face of global instability and unprecedented threats, this year's NDAA furthers military readiness and increases lethality. The U.S. has got to get our clip full for everything from small arms to long-range missiles. And to do this, we must provide stability and predictability to our organic and defense industrial base. America is ready to roll. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this bill.
I reserve. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman
I continue to reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd like to yield to another of our outstanding Armed Services Committee member, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, the NDAA is one of the most important
will suspend.
pieces.
How much time does each side have, please?
1 minute.
Gentleman is recognized.
The NDAA is one of the most important pieces of legislation we consider each year. I am proud to support it this year. First, thank you to Chairman Rogers for his outstanding leadership in crafting such a strong defense bill. The NDAA will modernize our military, improve the lives of service members, and address the threats faced by our nation. This legislation will authorize major construction projects at the Pantex plant, provide for a pathway for Shepherd Air Force Base to be designated as a technical training center of excellence, and ensure key programs like the Future Long-Range Assault Aircraft remain on track. The NDAA also reestablishes the medical officer of the Marine Corps and ensures proper medical care is provided to our United States Marines. Finally, the bill halts the dangerous proposed cuts to the Special Operations Forces of our country. Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Chairman Rogers and Ranking Member Smith, for the leadership in putting together such an impactful bill. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to vote yes on the NDAA. And with that, I yield back.
I continue to reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm now pleased to yield 2 minutes to the ranking member of the House Subcommittee on Cyber Information Technologies and Innovation, Mr. Khanna of California.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Ranking Member Smith, and for your leadership. I also want to thank Chair Rogers, who has conducted the committee with bipartisanship. I got to travel with him. He's fun to travel with. And my opposition here is not with disrespect to either the chairman or the ranking member. As people know, I have been concerned about the Pentagon budget getting almost to $1 trillion. And I'm concerned about the 5 primes and the amount of cost overruns they've had. When you look at the F-35s and Lockheed, a contract that has been delayed, that has almost $200 billion in cost overruns. When you look at the IG report about Boeing getting $150,000 for soap dispensers, when you look at the reports about electric breast pumps being charged to our military for $1,400 when other places you can get it for $200. There is a lot of waste in this budget. And my hope is actually with the committee that we will engage with Elon Musk, engage with DOGE on this issue to have a Pentagon budget that is going to be more modernized, where the American people will get their value of their tax dollars, where we can have more competition for the 5 primes and have a strong national security with a lower budget. I hope we can do that in a bipartisan way. My hope is that Musk, what he did with SpaceX in disrupting Lockheed and Boeing with the ULA, maybe finds areas that we can disrupt other 5 primes. So I will oppose and vote no on this budget with the hope that next year we can find cost savings. I yield back.
Gentleman from Washington reserves. Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd like to yield 1.5 minutes to one of the senior members of the Armed Services Committee, my friend, Mr. Wilson of South Carolina.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm very grateful to support the National Defense Authorization Act. I appreciate so much the leadership of Chairman Mike Rogers and Ranking Member Adam Smith for their diligent work for providing this crucial National Defense Authorization Act for peace through strength. This is a bipartisan legislation including critical provisions for the Palmetto State, including its military bases and critical missions at the Savannah River site. As a 31-year veteran of the Army National Guard, myself, along with 3 sons who have served in Iraq, Egypt, and Afghanistan, I especially appreciate this legislation, which supports the deployment of the National Guard to the southern border, cuts inefficient programs and bureaucracy, and guts woke programs at the Department of Defense. It reaffirms congressional support for our allies and partners in the Indo-Pacific by countering Chinese Communist Party influence, by fully funding military information operations assistance to the region. It also ensures Israel has adequate stocks of air defense interceptors to defend itself against the regime in Tehran. War criminal Putin and dictators like Assad must be deterred from invasions. Additionally, the NDAA fully supports and requires plutonium pit production at the Savannah River site and Los Alamos National Laboratory. It's clear the National Nuclear Security Administration must do everything possible to restore this vital capability as quickly as possible without delay for peace through strength. I urge my colleagues to support the NDAA. I yield back.
And I continue to reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself 2 minutes. I want to address a little bit the concerns about the size of the Pentagon budget and the efficiency and effectiveness of this. First of all, it's important to point out that the defense budget, as a percentage of GDP, is the lowest that it has been since after World War II. As our budget has grown and ballooned collectively, that has primarily been because of Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, a variety of different other programs, all of which I enthusiastically support. But as a percentage of GDP, we're actually spending less on defense now than we have, as I said, at any point since World War II. So the notion that the defense budget is ballooning out of control doesn't take into account inflation and growth. We are at a more reasonable place than some portray, first of all. Second of all, we keep hearing, oh, they failed another audit. Well, what's actually happening is we're getting better on that point. You were not going to fix the audit problems that the Pentagon had like 6, 7 years ago in a year or 2 or even 5. But just to give you a couple of ideas, multiple different agencies within the Pentagon are now passing their audits, whereas they didn't before, including the United States Marine Corps. And then another decent measure of this, the Department of the Navy broadly has not passed its audit. But 5 or 6 years ago, they were only 5% clean, and now they're 80% clean. So I don't want to leave the public with the mistaken impression that we're ignoring this problem or not making any progress on it. We are, and a big part of the reason we're making progress on it is because of the leadership of the House Armed Services Committee. Under Mr. Rogers, previously under me, before that under Mac Thornberry, this has been a priority for us in the House and the Senate for some time. We're making progress. We are not ignoring the problem, and it's not a pass-fail, it's a matter of improvement. We are optimistic in another 2 or 3 years we'll get to that happy day when the entire Pentagon budget can pass that audit, but we had a big hole to dig out of, and we're making progress on digging out of said hole, and I want to make sure people are aware of that. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd like to yield 1.5 minutes to Ms. McClain of Michigan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairman Rogers. The world is on fire, and now more than ever, we must ensure we have the premier fighting force in the world. With our enemies encroaching, we cannot afford unnecessary diversions. This bill builds on House Republicans' progress to return our military to lethal fighting force and away from woke ideologies that seek to divide and distract. To confront the 21st century battlefield, we must invest in operations and technologies that deter our enemies and support our regional allies. Some of these state-of-the-art technologies are developed in Michigan's 9th District, and I was proud to ensure initiatives in this year's bill to bolster our national security and our workforce. The defense of our nation and safety of all Americans should always be our highest priority. I urge my colleagues to support this year's NDAA so we deliver mission-critical results. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm now pleased to yield 1.5 minutes to Ms. Takuda of Hawaii, a member of the House Armed Services Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the last-minute effort to deny critical health care to military children diagnosed with gender dysphoria is a shameful attack on military families who deserve better from their elected representatives. Our military families deserve our support for the sacrifices they make, not our intervention into their deeply personal health care decisions, and certainly not those involving their children. For transgender people, gender-affirming care is health care. To deny them this care is to deny that they exist. The reality is they do. And yes, there are thousands of military families with transgender children. 15,000 transgendered individuals wear the uniform. They deserve, like any child in our country, to be their true, authentic selves and receive the care that helps them to live freely. As a mother, I cannot idly stand by and vote to deny health care to children who need it. Nor can I stand by while my colleagues use transgender people to score cheap political points. To pass a bill dedicated to the quality of life of military families while stripping away health care from their children, it's not just ironic. It's twisted, it's cruel, and it's plain wrong. I urge my colleagues to join me in voting against the NDAA so we can remove this discriminatory provision and truly, truly stand with our military families. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I inquire as to how much time I have remaining?
Gentleman from Alabama has 11 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd like to yield 1 minute to gentleman from Guam, Mr. Moylan.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I urge my colleagues to support the people of Guam by voting yes on the 2025 NDAA. Guam is in the Indo-PACOM area. This bill authorizes $4 billion for economic activity on Guam, $2 billion planned for 2025. This is a historic investment for Guam. It supports our infrastructure. It defends our community, and it protects our nation. There's $600 million for Guam missile defense, protecting my constituents from direct PRC and North Korean threats. Additionally, it includes $100 million for Marine Corps Drive, our public roadway on Guam, for upgrades for easier access for our civilians and our military. Also, it recognizes Guam's history, which directs the DoD to provide a report regarding the use of Agent Orange on Guam. It will clarify how Agent Orange was used on the island, and it would start the groundwork for corrective action that is desperately needed. Mr. Chairman, I thank you for your support of Guam, and I encourage my colleagues to vote yes for this year's 2025 NDAA. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
I reserve and am prepared to close at this time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Alabama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Garcia.
Gentleman is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman Rogers, for the time. Mr. Speaker, this will be my last floor speech as a member of the U.S. House of Representatives, and I'm beyond proud that the last few minutes of my time on this floor is dedicated to our troops. I rise today in support of the NDAA, but I rise above all things in support of our service members and their families. During my 4.5 years as a member of Congress, my office has championed this effort to get our troops off of food stamps and above the poverty line. At times it felt very difficult, but we have ultimately followed through with this commitment and this promise to our folks in uniform, especially our junior enlisted personnel who just a couple of years ago were making only $22,000 a year as a base salary. My historic Military Spouse Licensing Relief Act was signed into law in February of 2023 and allows our active duty troops' spouses to cross-deck their professional licenses across all 50 states when they move without having to spend thousands of dollars and potentially years getting recertified. It was a huge victory for our service members and their families, but it didn't solve the pay problems that our personnel were having. Now, this week, we will pass this year's NDAA, which includes our historic 14.5% pay raise for our junior enlisted. And this, in combination with the defense appropriation bills over the last 2 years, represents the single largest pay raise for our enlisted troops in our nation's history. I want to thank Chairman Rogers and Chairman Calvert from the Appropriations Committee for truly driving this and enabling this. And lastly, I want to thank God for this imperfect union that we call America. She is only held together by the stitches sewn by the men and women and their families who serve in our military every day and in the future, and held together by the veterans who served in the past. May we never forget their sacrifices, for they are the ones who have delivered this great gift called the United States of America. I urge all members of Congress to support our military in this NDAA. And with that, Mr. Speaker, go Navy, beat Army, and I yield back.
Chairman yields.
I thank the Speaker. This time I'd like to yield.
Reserve. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This time I'd like to yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Virginia, a fine member of the Armed Services Committee, Ms. Kiggins.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to voice my support for the National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2025. Our men and women in uniform put their lives on the line for our country, and they should be compensated accordingly. As a former Navy helicopter pilot, a Navy spouse, and now Navy mom, I'm laser focused on addressing obstacles faced by our service members. I was proud to serve on the House Armed Services Committee Quality of Life panel, where we addressed issues for our service members, including increases to military pay, housing, healthcare, childcare, and spouse support. Pay is one of the many quality of life improvements needed across the board for our service members. That's why I fought hard to include a pay raise for our junior enlisted service members in the final text. The 14.5% pay increase for E1 through E4s will ensure military salaries can remain competitive with the private sector. At a time when our world grows more dangerous every day, America needs to prioritize our warfighters and ensure we can maintain a ready, capable, and lethal fighting force. It is imperative our military men and women earn a salary befitting of the service they provide to our country. Today's legislation is exactly what we need to deter our adversaries, improve the quality of life for our service members, and revitalize our defense industrial base. I'm confident that passing the NDA will be a significant win for the young men and women in the military and their families, our national security, and our entire country. I'm always proud to advocate for our service members and their quality of life in Congress.
Gentleman's time is expired.
And I will just close by saying, as my colleague did, go Navy and beat Army. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
I continue to reserve. Thank you.
Gentleman reserves.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This time I'd like to yield 1 minute to Mr. Nunn.
I'd like to thank the chairman for his hard work on this year's National Defense Authorization Act. To my Navy allies who have just spoken prior, I'm glad to have a little air support in the room here as a combat veteran with the U.S. Air Force. I want to thank all of our men and women currently serving in uniform. Your hard work is not only the reason that we do this, but it is the best defense we have for our nation. I'm grateful this bill contains our effort to lead with real technology advancements in our National Defense Authorization Act, including our greatest ally, Israel, which is why I'm proud that our portion of the NDA was included. This effort will break through traditional procurement barriers to allow partnership that will focus on both efficiency in weaponry, technology, and innovation, as well as lethality to be able to defend our country, both on the field as well as modernizing the future of warfare and national defense. But I am most emphatic that the leadership of this bill truly recognizes our junior enlisted force, one of the most professional in the world. As a commander, it is a privilege to be able to sign on to the largest pay increase for our junior troops ever at nearly 15%. With that, Mr. Speaker, I urge passage of this bill and thank the chairman for his leadership.
I thank the gentleman. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves.
I am prepared. I continue to reserve.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, this time I'd like to yield 1 minute to Dr. Murphy of North Carolina.
Thank you, Representative Rogers. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of the National Defense Authorization Act for FY 2025 to fund our military and take care of our troops. It's my honor to represent our nation's greatest warfighters at Camp Lejeune and Marine Corps Air Stations Cherry Point and New River. This legislation robustly funds and modernizes our armed forces to prepare us for threats abroad, improves the quality of life for our service members and their families, and refocuses the Pentagon's mission on national security and away from political distractions. The package will strengthen our military and its lethality, deliver pay raises for our troops, reduce health care wait times, improve access to child care, and support employment for military spouses. Further, it will eliminate woke programs' gut political bureaucracy and support the deployment of National Guard troops to assist our Border Patrol. North Carolina's 3rd District will greatly benefit from the $208 million in funding secured for military construction projects on our bases and $50 million in impact aid that will help our military community. I support this year's National Defense Authorization Act and urge my colleagues to do the same. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Chairman yields.
And I reserve.
And I believe the gentleman's prepared to close at this point.
I am.
Thank you very much. I will yield myself the balance of my time.
Chairman is recognized.
Thank you. And I don't really have anything more to add than what I said in the opening statement, so I won't belabor the point. It is in so many ways a very good bill that was worked through the process. I regret that we have injected, again, that partisan wedge issue into it. It is a controversial topic, trying to figure out what medical treatment transgender youth or youth experiencing gender dysphoria should get. But I worry in some instances that there is a denial of the existence of the condition. It is an absolute fact that some minors experience gender dysphoria. Now, I guess the one thing I didn't say in my opening statement that's worth adding, on TRICARE, there are about 1.8 million dependents. The estimates that I've gotten, and they're a little fuzzy because they won't give specifics for, I think, some obvious reasons, are that roughly 4,000 children are being treated out of that 1.8 million, and not all 4,000 of those children being treated are receiving the treatments that are being prohibited in this bill. So we're talking about a small number of young people, but we are restricting access to their health care based on our opinion, not based on the opinion of the U.S. medical community, and that, I think, is a mistake. But again, I want to close on a positive note. I again thank Chairman Rogers, House Armed Services Committee, all of the staff. I didn't thank the Senate in my opening remarks either. I suppose we have to. Yeah. All kidding aside, the Senate was good to work with on this process, and I think ultimately HASC and SASC met their requirements and did what we've done for 63 consecutive years in working together on a bipartisan, bicameral bill with the overwhelming bulk of the focus on what is best for the servicemen and women that defend our country and that we are so proud of. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Washington yields back. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself the remainder of my time. I want to thank the ranking member. It's obvious from anybody listening to this, he's very bright and very articulate, but he's also just a great friend and a tremendous partner in working together in a bipartisan fashion year in and year out as we work on these important issues. And I appreciate his help so much in fashioning this bill. And I will begrudgingly go ahead and acknowledge our Senate counterparts have been pretty great to work with, too. Senator Reid and Senator Wicker are just great guys and have been real partners as we've gotten this bill to this point. I want to thank the Armed Services Committee staff, as well as the leadership staff, the Rules and the CBO, Legislative Council, the Parliamentarian's Office, and the Clerk's Office for all their hard work in helping us get to where we are. I also want to thank Speaker Johnson for his leadership in moving this bill forward. Mr. Speaker, the bill before us represents a bicameral compromise. Each corner has some wins and some losses, but the totality of the bill deserves support from all members. This bill will help revitalize our defense industrial base. It will build ready, capable, and lethal fighting force we need to deter China and our other adversaries. And it will provide historic improvements in the quality of life of our service members and their families. I urge all members to support it, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Alabama yields back. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 1612, the previous question is ordered. The question is on the motion by the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Rogers. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to, and without objection, for what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
I'd request a recorded vote, please.
Does the gentleman request the yeas and
nays? The yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays have been requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. The motion to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 9716 and the motion to concur in the Senate amendment to H.R. 5009 with an amendment. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, the remaining electronic votes will be conducted as a 5-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Moore, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 9716, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar Number 700, H.R. 9716, a bill to amend the Congressional Budget and Impoundment Control Act of 1974 to require the Congressional Budget Office to provide baseline updates and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 407, the nays are 0, 2/3 being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on agreeing to the motion to concur in the Senate amendment on H.R. 5009 with an amendment offered by the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Rogers, on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the motion.
Mr. Rogers of Alabama moves that the House concur in the Senate amendment to the bill H.R. 5009 with an amendment consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 118-52.
The question is on agreeing to the motion to concur. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 281 and the nays are 140. The motion is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
The House will be in order. Am I on? The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I send to the desk a concurrent resolution and ask unanimous consent for its immediate consideration in the House.
The gentleman will suspend. The House will be in order. The clerk will report the title of the concurrent resolution.
House Concurrent Resolution 134, concurrent resolution directing the Clerk of the House of Representatives to make a correction in the enrollment of the bill H.R. 5009.
Is there objection to the consideration of the concurrent resolution? Without objection, the concurrent resolution is agreed to, and the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the proceedings during the former member program be printed in the congressional record and that all members and former members who spoke during the proceedings have the privilege of revising and extending their remarks.
Without objection. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn to meet at 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Without objection, the chair lays before the House a message.
To the Congress of the United States, Section 202D of the National Emergency Act, 50 U.S.C. 1622D, provides for the automatic termination of a national emergency unless within 90 days prior to the anniversary date of its declaration, the President publishes in the Federal Register and transmits to the Congress a notice stating that the emergency is to continue in effect beyond the anniversary date. In accordance with this provision, I have sent to the Federal Register for publication the enclosed notice stating that the national emergency declared in Executive Order 138/18 of December 20th, 2017 is to continue in effect beyond December 20th, 2024. The prevalence and severity of human rights abuse and corruption that have their source in whole or in substantial part outside the United States continue to threaten the stability of international political and economic systems. Human rights abuse and corruption undermine the values that form an essential foundation of stable, secure, and functioning societies, have devastating impacts on individuals, weaken democratic institutions, degrade the rule of law, perpetuate violent conflicts, facilitate the activities of dangerous persons, undermine economic markets, and continue to pose an unusual and extraordinary threat to the national security, foreign policy, and economy of the United States. Therefore, I have determined that it is necessary to continue the national emergency declared in Executive Order 138/18 with respect to serious human rights abuse and corruption. Signed, Joseph R. Biden, Jr., The White House, December 11th, 2024.
Referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs and ordered printed. The chair lays before House a message.
To the Congress of the United States, Section 202D of the National Emergency Act, 50 U.S.C. 1622D, provides for the automatic termination of a national emergency unless, within 90 days prior to the anniversary date of its declaration, the President publishes in the Federal Register and transmits to the Congress a notice stating that the emergency is to continue in effect beyond the anniversary date. In accordance with this provision, I have sent to the Federal Register for publication the enclosed notice stating that the national emergency with respect to global illicit drug trafficking declared in Executive Order 140/59 of December 15, 2021 is to continue in effect beyond December 15, 2024. The trafficking into the United States of illicit drugs, including fentanyl and other synthetic opioids, is causing the deaths of tens of thousands of Americans annually, as well as countless more non-fatal overdoses with their own tragic human toil. Drug cartels, transnational criminal organizations, and their facilitators are their primary sources of illicit drugs and precursor chemicals that fuel the current opioid epidemic, as well as drug-related violence that harms our communities. International drug trafficking, including the illicit production, global sale, and widespread distribution of illegal drugs, the rise of extremely potent drugs such as fentanyl and other synthetic opioids, as well as the growing role of internet-based drug sales continue to pose an unusual and extraordinary threat to the national security, foreign policy, and economy of the United States. Therefore, I have determined that it is necessary to continue the national emergency declared in Executive Order 140/59 with respect to global illicit drug trafficking. Signed, Joseph R. Biden, Jr., The White House, December 11th, 2024.
Referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs and ordered printed. The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable Speaker, House of Representatives, sir, pursuant to the permission granted in Clause 2H of Rule 2 of the Rules of the U.S. House of Representatives, the clerk received the following message from the Secretary of the Senate on December 11, 2024 at 1:00 p.m. that the Senate agreed to Senate Concurrent Resolution 43, that the Senate passed Senate 4776, that the Senate agree to relative to the death of the Honorable Fred R. Harris, former United States Senator from the state of Oklahoma, Senate Resolution 925, that the Senate pass without amendment H.R. 1097, H.R. 3254, H.R. 3797, H.R. 3801, H.R. 6829, H.R. 6960, H.R. 7872. Signed sincerely, Kevin F. McCumber, Acting Clerk.
Refer to on 4 and like that. Okay. The House will be in order. The chair respectfully requests that the members take their conversations outside. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Arkansas is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, the House is not in order.
The gentleman is correct. The House will be in order.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor the life of renowned Arkansas Democrat-Gazette sports reporter Bob Holt, who passed away Wednesday, December 4th, after collapsing following the Arkansas football game against the Missouri Tigers, his alma mater. Since 1981, Bob covered the Razorbacks and sports across Arkansas, bringing every game to life in the unique way that only Bob Holt could. He was a titan of the media industry, revered for his ability to get an answer to any question, all while maintaining the utmost respect from coaches, players, and his fellow reporters. Bob leaves a resounding legacy in his wake, and his mark in the Arkansas sports community will go down in history. Not only was Bob an unparalleled reporter, he was a faithful and loyal friend. Matt Jones, a friend and colleague of Bob's for many years, said, "If the world was full of Bob Holtz, it would be a lot better world, a lot kinder world, a lot more peaceful world. It would be a world that laughs a lot more, and it would be a much, much better place." My prayers go out to his family, friends, and all Arkansans mourning our loss. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Hawaii seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, for millions of our fellow Americans, Thanksgiving is about returning home, a time to gather with loved ones in a place both familiar and safe. On my way back to Hawaii for the Thanksgiving recess, with long delays and packed airports and planes, it hit me. For too many of our Maui ohana, this is but a sliver of what they have been trying to do for the past 16 months. They're just trying to go home. A week before Thanksgiving, I joined the Folau Mo'aloa Ohana as they became the first family to move into the new Kilohana temporary group housing site in Lahaina. By this spring, 167 modular units will house survivors and their families. While these housing units can never replace what was lost, we hope they will soon be made homes by the people, the love, the hopes and dreams that will fill the space between these walls. A big mahalo to FEMA, the Army Corps of Engineers, the State of Hawaii, Maui County, and all our contractors and community partners for their hard work and dedication. Thanks to them, families like the Folau Moeloas are moving in months ahead of schedule to a place where they can look ahead to the future and to what this community will one day be. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor the Avon Marching Band and the Gold Schools Marching Band, who won both the 24 Bands of America Grand National Championship and the ISSMA State Finals for the second year in a row. Avon High School's Marching Band also won all 3 special award categories
at the 2024 Bands of America Championship, taking home the awards for Outstanding Music Performance, Outstanding Visual Performance, and Outstanding General Effect Performance. I want to congratulate the students on the 2 big wins this year, and I'm proud of their outstanding talent, perseverance that has led to their continued successes and national dominance. I also want to thank the parents, teachers, directors, and volunteers for their hard work and dedication to this program. They couldn't have done it without you. Congratulations again to the Avon Marching Black and Gold, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today the House passed the National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2025. I voted for the legislation as this body upholds again the over 60-year bipartisan tradition ensuring partisan politics does not put America's national security at risk. As a senior member of the Defense Appropriations Committee, I greatly appreciate the bipartisan work of the Defense Authorizing Committee. Their collaboration has resulted in a bill that supports our patriotic service members at home and abroad. And the legislation meets that call through its 14.5% pay raise for junior enlisted service members and a 4.5% increase for all other members of our military. Our state of Ohio is home to over 31,000 service members, including those on active duty, reserve, and National Guard duty. They have earned this much-needed increase in pay at a time when too many of our citizens are struggling to afford basic needs. This legislation also authorizes $121 million for defense-related upgrades in Ohio to further strengthen avenues of collaboration between the Department of Defense and Ohio's installations. Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, and Kwanzaa to our dear service members who are serving liberty at home and abroad. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. I rise today to congratulate the 2024 SEC champions, my MBA alma mater, the University of Georgia Bulldogs. During a thrilling overtime game last Saturday, the Dogs defeated the University of Texas Longhorns 22-19. This exciting win marks the 15th time the University of Georgia will bring home the SEC championship trophy to Athens. Congratulations to all the talented young men who put their everything into the game, but especially to the 9th District's own quarterback, Gunnar Stockton from Rabun County, who came off the bench to help lead the Georgia Bulldogs to victory. I also want to recognize the other incredibly talented Dogs from Georgia's 9th District who helped clinch another SEC title. Well done to Buford's KJ Bolden, Jake Pope, and Merrick Briley, as well as to Gainesville's own Dan Jackson. Congratulations to the entire University of Georgia football team and coaching staff, led by the legendary coach, Kirby Smart. Go Dogs, let's bring home another national championship. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I strongly support Barton College's initiative to construct a new health sciences building on their Wilson campus. The initial funding phase is estimated at $19 million, and it will be a wonderful investment. It is essential to ensure a more robust talent pipeline for North Carolina's healthcare industry. Given the health disparities across eastern North Carolina, Barton College aims to ensure a brighter future for our state's healthcare system and the residents who rely on it daily for their mental and physical well-being. A new health sciences building will provide additional labs, research space, and improved technology for students, which will yield huge dividends for Wilson County and eastern North Carolina. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from West Virginia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revising and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor my good friend, Delegate Eric Householder, as he retires from the West Virginia House of Delegates after 14 years of service. For the last 2 years, he has served as the House Majority Leader and previously chaired the House Finance Committee. As a small business owner, Eric ran for elected office to fight back against the job-crushing regulations coming out of Charleston and reform our tax code. With the help of Eric's leadership, West Virginians have less regulation, lower taxes, and educational freedom. I'm proud to bestow upon Delegate Householder my Congressional Patriot Award for excellence, leadership, volunteerism, and selflessness, virtues without which our republic cannot thrive. While his time in the House of Delegates has come to an end, I know that Delegate Householder is not done serving our state. I thank Delegate Householder for his years of service and his tireless efforts to improve the lives of West Virginians. I wish him all the best in his future endeavors, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to recognize some of the 637,000 millennials who make up 28% of Houston's population. These remarkable individuals are reshaping our city through the innovation, leadership, and commitment to excellence. Leaders like Danielle Keys-Best, a dynamic force in real estate and public service. She has elevated our community through her work with campaigns, organizations like Alpha Kappa Alpha, Sorority Incorporated, and the Houston Black Real Estate Association. In construction, Julian Paul Johnson Jr., Vice President at Skilled Construction, exemplifies progress with his dedication to process improvement and his recognition as a 2019 Urban Land Institute Young Leader. We also have individuals like Jose Torre, a construction entrepreneur, and Emily Anasi, an immigrant excelling at logistics. They remind us of the diverse talents driving our city and our nation forward. I like to celebrate legal powerhouse Bianca Calderon de la Chica, whose advocacy dominates Houston's highways, and Alva Catan, an entrepreneur redefining success. Finally, I recognize Uzar Hassan, owner of Millennial Magazine, who highlights Houston's creativity and our future. Together, these individuals demonstrate that America's largest generation is ready to take up the mantle. As an ex-centennial, I recognize their achievement and encourage their future to make our community a better place to live, work, and play. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Seek unanimous consent to address the House 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The National Defense Authorization Act takes an important step to protect children from harmful and irreversible medical procedures. It includes a provision to permanently ban the Department of Defense from providing minors with medical treatments for gender dysphoria, such as hormone therapies and puberty blockers that can result in sterilization. Children should have the chance to grow up without being subjected to experimental procedures that can cause permanent damage to their bodies and futures. These are minors we're talking about here. And what business is it of the Department of Defense to be engaging in this? These treatments are life-altering and their long-term effects are still unknown. The federal government has no business funding or endorsing such practices, particularly when they involve children. This provision ensures taxpayer dollars aren't used to promote controversial and harmful treatments for minors. Including this ban in the NDA reflects a commitment to common sense and the protection of our nation's youth and focuses the defense on defending the homeland. It's a step in the right direction for safeguarding the futures for these children. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to celebrate yet another bipartisan win for the city of Houston this week. Within the Order bill the House passed yesterday, there were several important priorities that Congresswoman Fletcher and I spearheaded to ensure not another catastrophic flooding event like Hurricane Harvey ever happens again. Specifically, the Army Corps of Engineers is now statutorily required to finish one of the most important studies facing Texas, the Buffalo Bayou Tributaries Resiliency Study. Without the completion of this study, construction of a tunnel underneath our city will never be built to route floodwater away from my friends and neighbors in TX38 and TX7 and back into the Gulf of Mexico. I'd like to personally thank Congresswoman Fletcher and the brilliant staff in the Water Resources and Environmental Subcommittee for all their hard work to ensure Houstonians can remain resilient in the face of another disaster. I yield back my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the first ever Energy and Commerce Committee Chairwoman and my friend, Kathy McMorris Rogers, for her excellent work in leading the most bipartisan committee in Congress. Under her leadership, the committee has worked effectively, efficiently, and in a bipartisan manner to advance legislation that will improve the life of all Americans. Chair Rogers introduced bipartisan legislation that would provide necessary resources for Down syndrome research. She has also led us in combating the Biden administration's damaging overregulation and war on American energy. I was proud to work with her on the ADVANCE Act to enhance our civil nuclear leadership, which is now law. She also held insightful hearings on TikTok and the threat that it poses to our youth and our national security. Her time as the chair will enhance the United States and its citizens, and we will surely miss her. We surely wish her well in her retirement. Thank you, Kathy, for all your work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request permission to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to celebrate the leadership of my dear friend, Congresswoman Kathy McMorris Rogers. Serving alongside Kathy has been an honor. She is not only a fierce advocate for her constituents, but a principled leader with a servant heart. As the first chairwoman of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Kathy has shown what it means to always put the needs of the American people first. But beyond her professional accomplishments, Kathy's faith is what I admire most. Whether it is by sharing an encouraging comment or during prayer walks around the Capitol, Kathy has strived to honor the Lord every day. After I was elected to Congress, I had the opportunity to meet with Kathy, who at the time was chairwoman of the Republican Conference Committee. It was during that meeting that Kathy made me feel like I belonged here. Kathy McMorris Rogers is special. During my time serving in Congress, Kathy has become a great friend and a great example of what it means to lead with grace and faith. Even though we will miss her here, I'm excited for what the Lord has in store for her. May God bless her and may He continue to guide her steps in this next season of life. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, Mr. Speaker.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also rise to recognize Congresswoman Kathy McMorris Rogers, who is retiring at the end of the 118th Congress. In 2004, the two of us came to the House in the same class, and we've been friends throughout our time here. Kathy has the distinction of being the first woman to give birth 3 times while in the House. She's a visible and vocal leader within the disabilities community, and her advocacy is inspired by her son, Cole, who was born with Down syndrome. I thank the gentlewoman for her years of service to this great institution, to her constituents in Washington's 5th Congressional District, and to the American people. May God continue to bless her, her husband, Brian, and Cole, Grace, and Bryn, their 3 children, as she enters a well-deserved retirement. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 60 seconds and revise.
Without objection? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, for those of us from the Valley of the Sun, the Phoenix, Arizona area, there's an excitement around us. Our college team, Arizona State University, that was predicted to be last in its first year in the Big 12, has made the college playoffs. Matter of fact, they won the Big 12, and guess what? They get a bye in their first playoff game. but the community, the excitement, the joy, having one of the youngest coaches in America. I can only be thankful to the team. Being predicted to be last and coming out where they are, you've provided hope, joy, and excitement to our community. Thank you, Arizona State University football.
Good job. Well done, Neville.
Okay.
You got anything, Jeff? Good?
Under the Speaker's announcement policy, January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the topic of this special order.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, the House passed the Service Member Quality of Life Improvement and National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2025, otherwise known as the fiscal year 25 NDAA. The fiscal year 25 NDAA will improve the quality of life for every service member and who serves our great country. It restores the focus of our military on lethality, not woke ideology. It improves the military's ability to recruit and train our fighting forces to be able to deter China and our other adversaries. It also increases oversight and requires accountability of the Biden administration and the Department of Defense. All of these tremendous accomplishments are why we are here tonight, Mr. Speaker. To speak in support of this recently passed bill that will make our military great again, I'm grateful for the members who've joined me this evening to discuss this important bill to protect our country and restore our national security. With that, I am pleased to yield to the gentleman from the state of Missouri, Representative Alford, for as much time as he may consume.
Well, thank you to my good friend, Mr. Rose. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to express my unwavering support for the 2025 National Defense Authorization Act. We must ensure our nation's military remains the greatest force for freedom and stability the world has ever known. And this year's NDAA does just that. At this very moment, our nation faces numerous threats, from the growing aggression from China and Russia to the persistent menace of terrorism. It is imperative that we ensure our military is provided the resources and support they need to defend our interests and keep Americans secure. The fiscal year 25 NDAA authorizes $895 billion in defense spending to support our military's critical missions, enabling us to modernize our nation's capabilities, from upgrading our naval and air power to investing in cutting-edge technologies. We will remain superior against our adversaries. Missouri's 4th Congressional District will receive major wins in this legislation, wins that we have fought hard for on the Armed Services Committee. Whiteman Air Force Base in Fort Leonard Wood will receive a combined total of $139.5 million for fueling facilities and advanced individual training barracks. There will be expanded access to child care in Missouri's families, military families, and to the programs that help military spouses attain and retain employment. And we are ecstatic to announce a 14.5% pay raise for junior enlisted service members and a 4.5% pay raise for all other service members. But this legislation isn't just about numbers. It's about the values that we hold dear as Americans. It's about our commitment to freedom, to justice, and the protection of our citizens. Mr. Speaker, this year's NDAA embodies our unwavering commitment to America's military excellence, reflecting the values that have always made our nation strong. We're prioritizing the well-being of our military families, bolstering the readiness of our armed forces, and fortifying our national security. But to truly restore our military's lethal edge, we have to purge the radical, woke ideologies that are being forced on our servicemen and women infiltrating our ranks. These divisive concepts have plagued our military, undermined our elite cohesion and combat effectiveness. And that is why this year's NDA will take bold action. Number one, banning life-altering transgender medical treatments for minors, prohibiting the toxic spread of critical race theory, dismantling the bloated DEI bureaucracy, blocking a misguided military Green New Deal, and countering anti-Semitism. By eliminating these destructive influences, we are reclaiming our military's focus on its core mission, defending Americans and their interests. Mr. Speaker, as you saw today, this is not a bipartisan bill. This is an American bill. We are not just funding the military, we are improving the lives of those who protect us every day. And by passing the 2025 National Defense Authorization Act, we have sent a clear message to our adversaries. America will not be intimidated. America will always reign as the greatest nation on earth. I have one more. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of an extraordinary man, Dr. Gene Richardson, a mentor, a friend of mine, and someone who is really like a second father to me, a man who had one of the biggest impacts on my life, and one of the reasons I'm standing here today in this very hall. Dr. Richardson was a man of remarkable character and compassion. Born in Kennett, down in the Boot Hill of Missouri, he embodied the values of hard work, faith, and service from a very young age. Growing up as the youngest of 5 children, Dr. Gene's life was shaped by his parents, Earl, a Baptist pastor, and his mother, Pearl, who was a dedicated homemaker. Gene excelled in both academics and athletics, all while running his own newspaper franchise. And after earning his bachelor's in biology and graduating from Baylor College of Medicine, Dr. Richardson embarked on a journey that would impact countless lives. At just 26, he established a family practice down in Sanderson, Texas, becoming the sole doctor for an entire rural county. And when his calling led him to radiology, he brought innovation to that field, co-founding a mobile nuclear medicine company that brought advanced care to underserved hospitals across the country. But Mr. Speaker, Dr. Gene's service didn't stop at our borders. He founded the Ultrasound Fund for Latin America, providing equipment and training to small hospitals in Mexico. And he was very proud that he learned Spanish during that. He later joined medical missions to Guatemala, walking miles through remote areas to deliver life-saving care. His legacy of compassion crossed continents, touching lives in profound ways. Beyond his professional achievements, Gene was a man of deep faith and unshakable love for his family. Married to his beloved Mary for 65 years, he often reflected on their life together, saying, "I could not have chosen a more perfect helpmate." Together, they raised 2 wonderful children, Gene Jr. and Kay, and cherished their 3 grandchildren. Gene's passion for a life extended to music, travel, and education. He played trumpet in the Baylor Marching Band and added his rich bass voice to choirs and quartets well into his 90s. He was a good singer. He taught line dancing and jitterbug with youthful enthusiasm, and as a lifelong learner, he traveled the world discovering new cultures and inspiring others to do the same. In one of his final messages to his family, Gene reminded us of life's greatest gifts, faith, family, and friends. And he said, "God has given us grace and mercy. Let us use these gifts to enrich our relationships and to serve others." Dr. Richardson's life was a testament to just that, Mr. Speaker, the power of service, of faith, and love. And he leaves behind not only his beloved wife, Mary, and their family, but also a legacy that will inspire generations. And so, Mr. Speaker, is with both joy and gratitude that I honor the life of this extraordinary man, and may we all strive to live as Dr. Jean did, with generosity, with courage, and a heart full of adventure. Dr. Jean, we'll see you in the morning. I yield back.
I want to thank the gentleman from Missouri for that heartfelt tribute and for his important remarks concerning the issue regarding the National Defense Authorization Act. It's now my privilege to yield to the gentleman from the state of California, Representative LaMalfa, as much time as he may consume.
Well, I appreciate my friend from Tennessee, Mr. Rose, in leading this effort tonight, and for all of his great work on our messaging that we are doing as a Republican conference, to illustrate to the people of the country what it is we are trying to do, and that it's our belief that it'll be good for America, and in this case with the NDA, good for our military and the people that populate it. This NDA, the point I want to make this round is that the NDA puts real muscle behind countering China's aggression with $15.6 billion for the Pacific Deterrence Initiative, which is about $5.7 billion more than what the Biden administration thought was going to be adequate. We're covering gaps the administration ignored, funding $490 million towards critical Indo-Pacific command priorities to shore up the operations and capabilities in the region. Making it clear, Taiwan won't have to stand alone. This bill launches the Taiwan Security Cooperation Initiative to send lethal aid where it's needed most. Joint training and trauma care programs will boost their readiness, while industrial base agreements make sure their defense capabilities and ours are solid. The U.S. is doubling down on its commitments to allies in this region. This isn't just talk. We're reaffirming congressional support with action. With so much aggression by China in the region and around the world, this is the least we should be doing for an ally such as Taiwan, who is there for us when we need them. We're also demanding a deep dive into the troubling alliance between China, Iran, Russia, and North Korea. These actors who are teaming up to challenge us in that region in the Pacific, as well as the mayhem they're causing with their alliances in the Middle East and our issues with trying to help protect Israel, whether it's going to be with Iran's efforts immediately or with whatever's going to happen in Syria now with Assad taken out. This bill gives counterintelligence agents more tools to expose and crush Chinese Communist Party spies working to undermine us in any of these regions. No more contracts with Chinese Communist Party affiliated contractors, labs, or universities. We're shutting down their access to our defense programs. Now, why we haven't do that now instead of that should have been our policy years ago, I'm not sure, but it's just common sense. You don't want to have China's access towards our technology and their ability to have some kind of weight in how our defensive programs work. It bans Departments of Defense from buying Chinese tech like semiconductors and communications gear. Relying on China for anything critical is asking for trouble, as who knows how easy it might be for them to embed spy technology into some of these chips, into some of this other equipment that could send information that is critical to us out to a different source that they can then mine and use against us. From ship repairs to logistics hubs, this bill ramps up our ability to operate in the Indo-Pacific. We're even funding forward deploying manufacturing, because if China wants a fight, we'll make sure they have one ready for them on day one. Now, nobody really wants to have a fight. Indeed, readiness and projecting strength is one of the best deterrents. So the work we can do in the NDAA, whether it's in this Pacific Deterrence Initiative and the other related pieces, or overall, it helps prevent war, it helps prevent conflict when the United States brings confidence to its allies around the world and maybe just a little bit of fear to its enemies. That's what we hope to accomplish and continue building on the rest of this year and on through the Trump administration. So with that, I thank my colleague from Tennessee. Appreciate it, and I'll yield back to him.
I want to thank the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMalfa, for sharing his thoughts on these important issues tonight. I appreciate his remarks. Mr. Speaker, I will close by reiterating our support of our service men and women who defend our great country. Many of us have highlighted the improvement in the quality of life they will receive from the passage of this bill and it being signed into law by the President. However, I'd like to take a moment to highlight the impact it will have on Tennesseans serving in the armed services. According to the House Armed Services Committee, this bill will provide a 14.5% pay raise for junior enlisted service members and an average 4.5% pay raise for Tennessee's 19,500 service members. It also expands the program to help Tennessee's 1,500 military spouses attain and retain employment. Lastly, it expands access to child care for the 2,800 children of military families in Tennessee. These important provisions to increase service members' pay, expand child care services, and bolster efforts to assist military spouses are much needed and well-deserved. Service members' families sacrifice a lot so that their loved ones can keep us safe. I'm proud to support these provisions and am glad that they have been included in the final passage of the NDAA. When Americans elected President Donald Trump to serve as the 47th President of the United States, they sent a clear message. We must deter our adversaries, eliminate our enemies, protect the homeland, and support our troops. That is exactly what this National Defense Authorization Act seeks to do. We are proud to see it passed and encourage the Senate to join us in passing this important legislation so that it can be sent to the President's desk to be signed into law. Thank you to everyone who has joined me this evening. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Good, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to express my deep appreciation to the people of Virginia's 5th District for the privilege of representing them these past 4 years. Being their congressman has been the greatest honor of my professional life. When I answered the call 5 years ago to run for Congress, I identified as a biblical and a constitutional conservative. I wanted the voters and my future constituents to know how I would make decisions, how I would represent them, and how I would vote on their behalf in Washington. I wanted them to know that my values and principles come from my Christian faith and my biblical worldview. I wanted them to know that my guiding political philosophy comes from the Constitution and its stated limits on federal power. My allegiance as a congressman has been to my Creator, my Savior, the Constitution, the promises I made to my constituents, and to doing what I know is right, regardless of the cost. My main priorities have been to cut spending, to shrink the federal government, to fight for America First border and immigration policies, and to protect our constitutional freedoms. And as my time serving in this body on behalf of the citizens of the Virginia's 5th District comes to a close, I leave with no regrets because I've done as I told them I would do when I asked them to trust me with their vote and their support. My ultimate desire, however, has been to please the Lord, being more concerned about offending Him by what I don't say than I am about offending others by what I do say. I didn't run for Congress promising to bring the money back home, to deliver the earmarks, or the pork projects. I didn't run promising to work across the aisle, to compromise or find common ground, or to get things done. In fact, most of what we do here in Washington is bad, certainly unconstitutional, unjustified, and often downright harmful. Not to mention, we don't have the money. So the less we do, the better. In fact, we should be proud of the accusation that over the past 2 years, this Congress has done less than most Congresses. As Republicans, what should we have done more of that Biden and Schumer would agree to do? When I first ran for Congress in 2020, I presumed I would have the opportunity to serve with President Trump, help him build on the successes of his first term, and help him enact his second-term agenda. Unfortunately, that has not been the case, and like most Republicans, my efforts have been, by extreme necessity, directed at fighting the Democrat agenda, which has caused so much pain and suffering for the American people these past 4 years. Because when Democrats seize power, they wield it without apology and ram through the radical agenda, as they did in the first 2 years of the Biden administration with a narrow House majority and far less than 60 votes in the Senate. It's always about the money in Washington, and Democrats spent it lavishly and recklessly in 2021 and 2022 on their trillions for their ill-conceived and harmful COVID response, their Inflation Increase Act, their phony infrastructure bill, their radical climate agenda, all the while infusing every policy, department, and agency with their extreme pro-abortion, pro-transgender, pro-DEI and CRT, and climate objectives. You see, Democrats are willing to lose elections to push and pull the nation to the left, understanding that Republicans don't have the same political courage or willingness to risk their own elective futures to undo the harm, overturn the policies, or defund the programs. Thankfully, however, the American people responded to the extreme Democrat agenda by entrusting Republicans with the House majority 2 years ago in the 2022 midterms. But unfortunately, this Republican House majority has been squandered by a lack of courage, a lack of principle, a lack of steely resolve by Republican leadership and too many Republican members these past 2 years. Again, it's all about the money, and House Republicans could have blocked, could have stopped, and defunded anything and everything that we wanted these past 2 years. We could have just turned off the spigot and refused to give them the money. Instead, we have funded and perpetuated the Biden, Pelosi, Schumer policies and spending levels that we inherited and campaigned against that are bankrupting and destroying the country. The Constitution entrusts the House to manage the nation's finances, the nation's debt, and the nation's credit, and our ability to borrow money if and when necessary, and to make the payments on that debt. However, our national debt has grown by some $5 trillion in the 2 years that Republicans have controlled the purse strings. We are failing miserably. Every dollar we vote on is borrowed. Every dollar borrowed and spent steals from Americans through higher taxes, more inflation, and/or a greater debt burden for our kids and our grandkids. House Republicans, over the past 2 years, have given more money to Mayorkas for the border invasion. Matter of fact, back in the spring, we gave them $3 billion more to bring more illegals in more quickly. We have given more money to AG Garland, Attorney General Garland, FBI Director Wray, to abuse their power and weaponize federal law enforcement against their political opponents. House Republicans have continued funding Democrats' radical climate extremism, their pro-abortion agenda, their pro-LGBTQ policies, and their racist DEI CRT agenda. Why has our party leadership been more afraid to do nothing than to do something bad? As the medical folks like to say, first, do no harm. However, with predominantly Democrat votes, typically 90 to even 100% of Democrat votes, in a chamber with the Republican majority, our report card shows that since electing our current speaker 14 months ago, we have failed to cut $1 of spending, but have instead continued a $200 billion monthly deficit. We have passed 4 CRs, or continuing resolutions, and 2 minibuses maintaining Democrat policies and spending levels from the Biden-Pelosi-Schumer regime when they had full control. We reduced our majority by kicking out George Santos, who had a solid conservative voting record and had not been convicted of any crime. We passed an NDAA maintaining abortion funding, LGBTQ policies, climate priorities, DEI policies, CRT training. We reauthorized FISA twice without a warrant amendment, prohibiting illegal and unconstitutional surveillance of U.S. citizens without their knowledge, due process, or probable cause. We have borrowed and funded tens of billions of dollars for Ukraine and even Hamas. We borrowed and funded thousands of earmarks for tens of billions of dollars more to provide members with political cover back home for the bad votes they take here. We passed a tax bill that gave more benefits to illegal aliens. We failed to use any leverage that we had with the House majority to secure our borders. And just last month, we increased mandatory, or really automatic, spending by $200 billion more. And all of this has been done over the past 14 months with significantly more Democrat than Republican votes when we have the House majority. What if we had instead shocked the American people and summoned the courage and the resolve to just say, heck no, not on our watch, and walk away and refuse to fund the very destruction of the country that we campaign against? What if we had told Biden and Schumer, you ain't getting the money unless you cut some spending and reverse some of these harmful, dangerous policies? Instead, we are today contemplating borrowing $115 billion more for a disaster supplemental. That's what we're calling it anyway, on top of other inevitable year-end lame duck spending increases. Setting aside the unconstitutional lack of constitutional justification for the federal government being in the disaster relief or insurance business anyway, and why we would force middle America to fund relief for the coastal elites in these high-cost areas, setting aside the constitutionality or lack thereof of doing that, why would we even think about borrowing and giving one more dollar to the Biden administration in the remaining weeks of their regime? Why would we give the politicized and weaponized FEMA any more money before the end of this year? On November 5, the American people, thankfully, rejected the radical Democrat policies under which they have suffered these past 4 years. And it wasn't a question of the Democrat presidential candidate or the messaging or voter turnout. The fact is, Americans don't want the extreme Democrat agenda. They've had enough. The only alternative was the Republicans. Thankfully, at least for us politically, Democrats still don't grasp that. But we must not squander this reprieve, this tremendous opportunity that we were given by the American people on November 5. Americans desperately need our help. They desperately need us to rise to the occasion and to meet the moment. It can't be business as usual or how it's been for the past few decades. The American people are counting on us. They must count on us. There's no plan B. It's on this body. We're in the position that Democrats were in 4 years ago. After the 2020 election, they were in control of the White House with a narrow House and Senate majority. We're in the same position. As you know, Mr. Speaker, we talk a lot today, and we hear a lot of talk today about unity in our party. But unity for what purpose? Just to have the majority so we can be in the majority, so we can stay in the majority? Is that the purpose? Unity is impossible without a unifying mission. What is ours? The Democrats are clearly united in their agenda, the direction they want to take the country, and they will risk anything and everything to advance that. But why do we want the majority? Why do we want to have power? For what purpose? What are our non-negotiables to keep that power? What, if anything, are we not willing to give up or to surrender in the name of obtaining or retaining power? I've often told the Republican conference that we will never change Washington or save our country until it becomes more important to us to leave here having made a difference than it is to see how long we can stay. But for far too many, the primary goal is to be here, to stay here as long as we can, even to die here of natural causes, it seems. And everything else is subordinate to that objective. But we cannot be unified if we're willing to fund the very things we claim to oppose, because some in our party believe it will help them to get elected. Our party cannot be the goal or the objective unto itself, and our purpose cannot simply be to win elections to have the majority. What are our sacred principles, our values, our convictions that cannot and must not be surrendered in order to obtain or retain power? I ask you, Mr. Speaker, are there any? For what, if anything, are we willing to risk losing power to fight for? Is there any issue that transcends politics and elections for us? What is our foundation upon which everything else rests? Many in our country, many people across the country will express their knowledge of the First Amendment, which, as my friend from Chip Roy from Texas has stated, we should have stopped, Congress should have stopped, the founders should have stopped with, Congress shall make no law, and just stopped right there. Again, less is more. But whenever you ask somebody what the First Amendment protects, or what is the first right protected in the Constitution, they will invariably say freedom of speech. I've almost never had anyone answer that question any differently. When you ask them what the First Amendment protects, or the first right protected in the Constitution, they'll say freedom of speech. But of course, that's incorrect. The first right specifically protected in the Constitution, the first one enumerated in the Bill of Rights, intended to protect the people from an oppressive federal government, is the freedom of religion. The founders knew that the most basic, most fundamental, most precious of rights is the freedom to worship or not to worship, the freedom to practice or not to practice our faith as we choose. You cannot separate America from our founding Judeo-Christian principles and our recognition of our supernatural Creator, by whom and for whom we have our existence, our lives, our breath, and our very being. It is He, as our founding declaration expresses, who has endowed us with the unalienable rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But how can a party continue to call itself conservative if it no longer fights for absolute truth and natural law flowing from our Creator? How can a party call it conservative if it no longer protects innocent, precious life in the womb, or looks the other way at the number one cause of death in this country, abortion, and funds it in policy, as some just voted to do today with the latest NDAA? How can a party call itself conservative if it no longer fights for biblical morality, the traditional family, or the definition of marriage? In fact, I've said many times, almost everything that plagues our society and our country is a failure to follow God's design for morality, marriage, and the family. How can a party call itself conservative if it no longer fights for a common sense, scientific definition of sex and gender and funds the LGBTQ agenda, as we've been doing for the past 4 years? How can a party call itself conservative if it no longer fights for the true equality of all and instead tolerates DEI and CRT racist policies that we're funding? How can a party call itself conservative if it no longer fights for individual freedom, personal responsibility, and self-reliance? If it no longer places a premium on work or believes that people have a responsibility to provide for themselves, but instead the party funds government dependence and generational poverty? How can a party call itself conservative if it no longer fights for limited government, reduced spending, or fiscal responsibility, and instead borrows and funds massive deficits? I often speak in my district about the little-known and little-regarded 9th and 10th Amendments to the Constitution. When you ask a group, what are the 9th and 10th Amendments, almost no one knows what those amendments are. But Amendment number 9 says, the enumeration in the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or disparage others retained by the people. And what that means is we have every right that the Constitution doesn't prohibit to us. We retain all the others. Just because the founders listed some rights doesn't mean we don't keep every other right. The 10th Amendment says the powers not delegated to the United States or the federal government by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the states, are reserved to the states, respectively, or the people. So what the founders were saying, of course, is the federal government had limited power and everything else was supposed to be left to the people or the states. But almost everything we do in this body is unconstitutional and violates the 9th and the 10th Amendments. We have strayed so far from these constitutional limits as so many Republicans have embraced expanded federal power, the growth of government, more spending, and diminished freedom for the individual. We consistently reduce the rights or freedoms of the people. We regularly seize from the states and the people the power that should be left to them. Again, it's all about the money. It's all about the purse strings that are entrusted specifically to this body. We are in danger of fulfilling the famous quote attributed to Alexander Fraser Tytler. He said this a couple of hundred years ago: a democracy cannot exist as a permanent form of government. It can only exist until the voters discover that they can vote themselves largesse from the public treasury. From that moment on, the majority always votes for the candidates promising the most benefits from the public treasury, with the result that a democracy always collapses over loose fiscal policy, always followed by a dictatorship. The average age of the world's greatest civilizations has been 200 years. These nations have progressed through this sequence: from bondage to spiritual faith, from spiritual faith to great courage, from courage to liberty, from liberty to abundance, from abundance to selfishness, from selfishness to apathy, from apathy to dependence, and from dependence back into bondage. May we determine not to accelerate that on our watch, not to let this happen on our watch. May we determine to leave those who come behind us a better America than we found it. And may we determine to leave Congress having truly made a difference. Mr. Speaker, I once again want to thank the citizens of Virginia's 5th District for the privilege of representing them in Congress, and I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. So we have a half an hour. Consider that mercy for everyone who's had to deal with some of these presentations. I want to walk through. The original goal tonight was actually to do some things that were a bit more optimistic, some things that we've identified where you could actually modernize and cut the cost of this government and actually do the job that we're supposed to do here. But I need to clear up a couple things. So first, I owe everyone, because apparently last week when I was speaking so fast, I didn't explain this particular chart. So I'm making up for myself last week. The point I was trying to make is, in the last fiscal year, our borrowing represented about 6.4% of the entire economy. When you have individuals around here saying, okay, we have these parts of our 2017 tax reform that expire at the end of next year. If we just extend those and don't pay for them, that's what drives us to almost 9.2% of the entire economy 9 years from now. So 9 budget years from now. If we actually find a way to pay for them and still extend those tax reforms, we actually get some economic growth. If you just let everyone's taxes go up, you end up at the end of the decade, or 9 years, about a little under 7% of the entire economy borrowed. So look, it's a little geeky, but the passion I've tried to show here is, I believe it's the moral thing to do is we don't let the portions on the middle class, their taxes go up next year. But we also step up and find a way to pay for it. And the CBO and the Joint Economic Economists last week, and it's going to be one of the boards here, actually showed if you pay for the tax extensions Actually, at the end of the decade, the economy's gotten bigger, and it will make sense. You haven't taken functionally what would be $4.6 trillion out of the economy and used it for borrowing. You left it there so the small business, the big business, your family, there's money that you can borrow to grow, and at the same time, your taxes haven't gone up. It's just hard for us to do because if we do modernization, if we find things to cut, there's an army of lobbyists just outside this door coming to scream at us. And some of those lobbyists aren't the types of people walking around here with Gucci's. They're the people they fly in from our home districts saying, David, we want that spending. And then you explain to them every dime, and I'm going to say this 3 or 4 times because for some reason I can't get this to burn in. Every dime a member of Congress votes on is borrowed. Every dime of defense is borrowed. Every dime of non-defense discretionary is borrowed. And when you hear us all talk about saying, hey, Congressman, you know, well, over here's the mandatory spending, and that's like 3/4 of all spending. Believe it or not, there may be $300-400 billion of that that's borrowed money also. And so, but I wanted to apologize for everyone. When I was showing the 9.2% of GDP in 9 budget years, that's if we basically take these tax explorations and just ignore it and just continue current policy. We blow ourselves up. So, all right, let me drop those back there. A couple other things I want to walk through. Apparently yesterday, the president got up and was trying to tell everyone, this is the best economy ever. Okay, really? That's an interesting statement. Sorry, throat. Economy's actually not bad. Now, there's some arguments to be made. The amount of cash the Democrats did in their Inflation Reduction Act and other things that they've been functionally subsidizing and then borrowing. Okay. But here's the reality. If the president's looking at you in the camera and telling you the best economy ever, well, A, that's not factual, but why don't you feel it? It's because much of America is poorer today than the day President Biden took office. If you live in the Phoenix, Scottsdale area, my home, if you don't make almost 27% more today than the day President Biden took office, you're poorer. So having someone tell you, oh, the economy's great, and yet you're having trouble paying for things. And the reason we made this board functionally, for you to maintain your purchasing power. Are you making, if you're an average person in average America, in my district, these numbers are substantially higher because I'm from a district with some of the highest inflation in America. But if you're not making $1,115 more a month, because that's what you'd have to be having from 4 years ago, your purchasing power, you're poorer. And I think actually that's the reason that voters turned and said, okay, I see these Democrats running lots of ads, saying crazy things, but yet it turns out the voters are actually really smart. They would look at their checking account. They'd look at the cost of their kids' clothes. They'd look at the grocery store and try to figure out why in the last week of the month they were losing their minds under stress. There's a lot of folks here that say things that just from an economist standpoint are insane. But your wages, policies that we engage in that don't make you wealthier, because prosperity is moral. It's moral for the poor person to be less poor. It's moral for the working person to be less stressed and to not understand the average American. In 4 some years, unless you're making about $13,000 more, you're poorer. And in my district, I think that number's like closer to 18, 19,000, because look, I have one of the higher income districts in America, but also one of the highest inflation. And I think that's the disconnect. And I think that understanding of it's not enough to run around and tell people the economy's great. Look at all the money we've handed out to big businesses. Aren't you happy? How much we subsidize of the economy. And so many Americans are just trying to survive. One of the other things, apparently I did a horrible job trying to explain. And somewhere here in early January, I'll do a whole presentation on this. One of the fixations of the left is we need to tax corporations more. Okay, do you remember your elementary school economics class? Okay, I'm being sarcastic. Your high school economics class. A corporation taxes you. Who pays it? No, seriously. You don't think that doesn't pop up in the wages you pay your workers and the prices you pay as a consumer? In many ways, corporations are nothing more than pass-through entities. So when we did the tax reform into 2017, there was data that was coming out in the next couple of years that showed about 67% of those corporate tax cuts actually worked their way into wages. Remember, before the pandemic, we had some of the most robust growth of wages in American history, where the poor got less poor. Yes, wealthy did well. Now, there's a whole discussion, and one day I'm going to do a whole thing of what this government, the Federal Reserve, did to inflate assets, and that's actually where much of the wealth came from, was monetary policy, not tax policy. And the folks around here that don't do economics, that's for a different discussion. But what happens in a world where you can show we lowered taxes? Well, did that? Actually, it turns out we did something more complicated than that. You do realize what we call the TCJA. In 2017, there was like $7 trillion over 10 years of tax cuts. You know, there was like $5.5 trillion of tax hikes. Because the idea was to modernize. It had been 30-some years since the United States had updated its tax code, and much of the rest of the world was kicking our heads in. Do you remember the stories that President Obama over and over talked about? These companies are leaving America. They're moving their intellectual property to Ireland and these things. We fixed that. We made it so you wanted to be domiciled in the United States. That's why we had the miracle, the job growth, but also the wage growth. Before the pandemic, we had the fastest closure of income inequality in modern history in America. I would argue that's moral. When you get economic policy, when you get tax policy, when you get regulatory policy right, it's moral. People are less poor. And yet, so often I watch these people come behind these microphones and they say things that aren't true. So I was trying to point out in last week's presentation, just if you look at expenditures on growth and growing businesses and investments, when we did TCJA, you can actually see, the G7 without the United States in it, they were growing about the same. They were investing about the same. We exploded in growth. So back to your high school economics class. What are the two ways you pay people more? Your wages go up. So you're out there in the private sector, not government, because we're a distortion. What are the two ways your wages go up? Come on. You all showed up for your high school economics class. Inflation, your wages go up. But that just means you're treading water. You got paid more because everything costs more. Productivity. Things in the tax code, in the regulatory code, that get a business to buy the new piece of equipment that's better, faster, cheaper. Those investments in capital equipment, you're able to make more of whatever you do. Your employer is able to pay you more. It's how you create wage growth. And some of the idiot class here, I say, well, we're just going to tax businesses more. You do realize every economic model says is when I raise corporate taxes, it's the workers that ultimately pay for it. Because your wage growth flattens out. But it's great politics, crap economics. And look, I did this earlier in the year. I brought all these charts trying to show that much of the wealth of this country, thank heaven, before the insanity of the pandemic, we had the tax reform, the regulatory reform, and the robust economic growth. Could you imagine if this country was at an anemic growth rate when that happened, what our lives would have been like? It's also one of the reasons we exploded out. Now, we spent too damn much money. There was too much fear, a number of stupid policies that hopefully we'll put into the history books that no one else will repeat. But the fact that we had modernized the tax code, it's what's given us a fight. And when President Biden yesterday was taking credit for a great economy, I sure hope he looked in the camera and said, thank you, Republicans, for modernizing our tax code so we maximize economic expansion and corporate stability. Because much of the wealth that this country, much of the opportunity, much of the employment base, and the way we can afford that is because we have a competitive tax code now where the rest of the world stops stealing our jobs. So, and one other thing I want to help try to understand, because every time I go near this subject, I get people, because their brains are sort of caught, and I don't mean to say this mean. I'm not trying to be mean. All right, let me walk through a concept. Mr. Speaker, you're from a state that produces hydrocarbons, oil, things of that nature. Back in the 70s and 80s, do you remember the posters, "No war for oil"? The world competed with each other for hydrocarbons. Do you remember? I had a professor back when I was a younger student who was famous for writing these papers about peak oil. The world's going to run out of hydrocarbons. Well, it turns out that was completely wrong because he didn't understand the ingenuity that God gave us as humans and how we found technology that to get to those hydrocarbons that in a previous decade were impossible. But the point where I'm going on this rambling, 70s, 80s, the world basically fought for hydrocarbons. Last decade, in many ways, we positioned ourselves for rare earths because that was the future economic of the world economy. Really, really smart economists right now are saying this decade, the next decade, and the decade after that, do you know what the world's going to compete over? Smart people. The entire industrialized world is starting to, if not collapse, dramatically fall. You see the things going on in South Korea and Taiwan and much of Europe, the numbers happening all around us. In the United States, if you look at some of the Census Bureau data, I said this last week, it could be as early as 11 years from now, the United States will start having more deaths than births. So what would happen to you if I came to you and said, let's have an honest conversation, which is almost impossible around here, about the border and immigration, but we're going to talk about it like economists. Not our hearts, not our passions, not our anger, economists. What President Biden has allowed at the border, when you bring millions of people into the country with very moderate skill sets, what did you do to your domestic working poor? You know, I've done a whole presentation here showing that family, that young man, that young woman, they dropped out of high school. They sell their willingness to work. They're out hanging drywall. They're out doing this. What happens to their wage growth? Remember a moment ago we were talking about wage growth? What happens to their wage growth in a society when you've added millions and millions and millions of people with similar skill sets? You crush the working poor. This is actually why, if you look a couple decades ago, it was the Democrats, back when they gave a darn about working people, that actually cared about locking down the border, about taking on low-skill immigration. Those of us from border states, you see the chaos we've had to deal with. You know, it drives us insane when, you know, buses showed up in, New York or Chicago and they lose their minds. And you look at some of the members from Congress, from those states, and you look at them and say, you've been doing this to us for years, and now you figured out what we go through every single day? But back to The Economist. So the morality of when you flood a country of a certain level of skill set, you just made your working poor poor. There's an economic model out there that says it will be 10 years before the domestic working poor in America start to really see their wages go up outside inflation. And it's just because of population dynamics. How many other people are willing to sell their labor cheaper than they're willing? Flip side, and President Trump actually hit this, and hit this brilliantly. We're insane. We bring in smart people from all over the world to our universities. We educate them. We teach them our engineering. We teach them our biology. We teach them things, and then we send them home to compete against us. In a time where you need the society to become more productive. Remember, back to our high school education, as a society becomes more productive, our wages go up. And wages go up, we actually take in more tax receipts, but that's a side benefit. But wages grow up in a productive society, and then the cascade event, you may not be the person with the PhD in synthetic biology, but your wages go up when that person's down the street making a hell of a lot of money and changing the society and the economy for the future and the better. Well, it turns out this last summer we unleashed some of my joint economic economists to just try to do some of the math. Here's what I was talking about: low-skill immigration, asylum seekers, they consume hundreds of thousands of dollars of social services. That's the nature of our country. If you can't afford it, you get health care. If you can't afford it, you get these other types of benefits. If you can't afford it, we'll get you housing. Our education system is based off the tax system. High skill, we actually make millions. Well, in this case, $800,000, $800,000, $900,000 in sort of the tax receipts and those things over a full career. Now, the fact of the matter is, I have some much fancier graphs that also show the age spectrum, because you got to say, a young worker compared to an older worker, the number of years they're able to participate in the economy at a higher wage level. Bingo. And that's actually why Canada, Australia, New Zealand, Great Britain, the rest of the world we compete with have all gone to a point talent-based system. We are functionally the last industrial country in the world that does a familial system. And I promise you I'll get some very angry things coming to my office, but I'm being honest. Our immigration system is substantially based on who your family is. My cousin moved in, they're sponsoring me. It's a family chain migration system. But the rest of the world has figured out, as birth rates have collapsed around the world, we're desperate for people. I'm going to show you some charts coming where, as a country that our birth rate started to roll over in 1990, we need people. Part of my job with the Joint Economic Committee, part of my job on Ways and Means is, how do I finance all the things that people show up here wanting? And I know it's not something you hear a lot of Republicans talk about, because so many people don't understand the demographics of our country. We're going to have an honest discussion that one of the most powerful things we can do for economic growth is actually modernizing our immigration system, not sending home people that we educate to compete with us. And there's models out there that says it would make our entire society more prosperous. So it's worth thinking about. And actually, can I give you just a thought experiment? Because I was trying to explain this to a reporter earlier today. One of the things that's expiring from our 2017 tax reform is research and development expensing. You go, huh? So you're a business and you're researching a new way to make something, a new piece of technology, a new type of biology, a new cure for a disease. In 2017, what we did is we made it so you could expense it right then. Under today's tax code, you basically depreciate it. So it says, okay, you spend $1 million trying to build a new tool, and you get to amortize that research over the next 7 years. Think about this. If I expense it in 1 day or do it over 7 years, government basically gets the same money, right? It's just the timing. But if you have them ability to say, I spent the money, I expensed it immediately, what happens? You get this virtual cycle of, oh, I have a new, better tool that's better, faster, cheaper, and then you jump onto the next one, and you get that productivity curve. Back to productivity again. How do you pay people more money? But one of the complaints we were getting after 2017 is that all this money was going into research and development to make a society more prosperous, more modern, better, faster ways to cure people. And we had a shortage of people with skill sets. So one of our economists is trying to model what would happen if you said, we're going to do expensing of research and development, because we know that pops economic growth, but you also did talent-based immigration at the same time. You may get a multiplier effect. This is thinking like an economist. This is what we have to do to get ourselves out of this hole. Remember, functioning the first 2 months of what we call this fiscal year, we're borrowing about $10 billion a day. If you do the whole 12 months and be a little more honest by saying, because here's the April tax cycle, we're still borrowing about $74,000, $75,000 a second. And it just gets worse. And it gets worse because of demographics. I'm going to show this twice, but I got to say it again. 100%, well, close to 100% of the debt for the next 10 years is interest in healthcare. It's people like me. It's baby boomers. It's not Republican or Democrat. It's math. Except it's also the type of math we're not allowed really to talk about here. Look, I'm going to race through a couple of these boards just to make a point. For every dollar we take in tax receipts, we spend $1.39. Does that give you a sense? So when I have someone that comes to me and says, David, there's a continuing resolution coming. Now, we actually probably as Republicans would want to move that continuing resolution when we have President Trump, so we have unified Republican government, so maybe we could do some of the policy changes. But how about the debt ceiling? So we're going to also do a slide here on talking about, do you understand when you say, David, I don't want you to borrow a dime. Great. So I take in $1, I spend $1.39, but all I get to vote on is about 25% of the spending. How much of Medicare, how much of Social Security, how much of pension benefits, how much of VA benefits do you want us to cut? And I've done these entire presentations at home where you show the chart and people raise their hand. So I get these suggestions. I'll give you an example. I had one last night. A good friend sends me a thing that says, David, if you'd stop funding the UN, that would take care of our problems. Okay, we spend about $18 billion in the UN. The economic effect is believed it probably brings in about $9 billion a year. But let's just use the entire 18. If we're borrowing close to $7 billion a day, so getting rid of all the UN covers 2 2/3 of a day, day's worth of borrowing. And there's the problem. People don't understand the scale. Every dime a member of Congress votes on, all defense, all non-defense discretionary, is on borrowed money, plus a chunk of mandatory. You got to see. So when we do that presentation at a home district and you have people give their suggestions, we get up to maybe 3 weeks of cuts. And then you start to say, okay, are you ready to get rid of all the Defense Department? Are you ready to get rid of the State Department? Are you ready to get rid of the FBI? Are you ready to get rid of this? Ready to get rid of that? And you just see the eyes on people because they really do believe we get rid of foreign aid, we can balance the budget. And then you show them all foreign aid is about 9 days of borrowing. I beg of the public, the way you influence members of Congress is know your math and know the scale of how upside down we are. And here's just trying to make that point once again, is if we're spending $1.39 for every dollar we take in, this little dot line is break even. That basically means every dime of discretionary, and that's defense too, and you got to pay interest. You don't pay your interest, you blow up the world, and you blow us up because we have, the bonds out there. So functionally, we're so upside down, even part of what we call entitlements, mandatory, earned benefits, is on borrowed money. Mr. Speaker, may I ask how many minutes I have left?
The gentleman has 2.5 minutes remaining. 2.5 minutes remaining, sir.
All right, I'm going to talk faster. Sorry about that. Oh, the poor people have tried to take our words down. It's a punishment. I'm sorry. I have some other boards here, so I'm going to just try to do 2 more boards in this 2 minutes. Tax policy. You go back to functionally 1950, when we've had very high marginal tax rates. We get about 17, 18% of the economy in tax receipts. When we've had very low marginal tax rates, we get about 17, 18% of the economy in tax receipts. The fact of the matter is, for some reason in the American economy, for the last 75 years, we fall back into this mean. So when you have Democrats run around here and say, we need much higher marginal tax rates, but when we've done that, we still just get the same percentage of the economy. The secret, once again, is that productivity. Have a bigger economy. Our structural crisis now is if we're getting 17, 18% of the economy in tax receipts, we're spending about 24% of the economy year after year. So back to the point. This is the pie chart. Every dime of non-defense is borrowed. Every dime of defense is borrowed. You got to pay your interest. And remember, interest is now our second biggest expense in government. It's number 2 now. And part of this red here is also on borrowed money. There's ways to make the math work. The willingness to modernize this government. The willingness to use technology to crash the price of this government, crash the price of health care, but make us a healthier society. There's a way. I sometimes just feel like an idiot. I come behind this microphone every week. I do charts. I show these things saying, here's ways. Last week I showed, I think, $100, $200 billion of savings we could have in government by just modernization. There's hope. But I only think we have maybe 3 or 4 more years to start to understand how upside down we are. Mr. Speaker, I know I'm out of time. Thank you for your patience. There is hope, but there's only hope if the American people start to hear these words and start to push those of us in Congress to do the right thing. I yield back.
Does the gentleman have a motion?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to move that the House stand adjourned.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.